Hello, board members. How are we doing this fine Sunday afternoon? Well, I hope. As it is Puzzle Sunday, we are going to be continuing our adventures in Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy, which we are currently... I just noticed there's like weird stuff on my desk. Oh. Hold on one second. I'll be right back. Welcome, Mecca. How goes it? Okay, I guess. Pretty standard Sunday. Give me just a second, though. Alright, sorry about that. I just noticed something as I was sitting here. A cup I left on my desk had actually started to leak a little bit. I'm like, well, I need to take care of this, like, right now before it gets worse. Alright. Sorry about that, everybody. Sorry about that. But yes, it is Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy Sunday day. Last week, we actually got into the trial against... What's his name? I can't remember the two names of the two guys. It's like... What was it? I don't remember. But anyway, the one kid's entertainer who's being accused of murdering the other kid's entertainer. We actually started the trial last week. They attempted to recess the trial till the next day, where we're like, oh wait, if we don't get this trial with over today, they're gonna kill Maya. So we demanded that they bring in the second person we were going to interview, the second witness or whatever, that day. Turns out Edgeworth, on guard was your client. Yes, thank you, on guard. But it turns out Edgeworth already had the second witness waiting in the witness area on like the prosecution side of the courtroom, or like the waiting area. I don't know. I don't understand how that works, but whatever. There's a lot of stuff that doesn't make any sense. So that way we can jump right into the second half of that trial without having to worry about whether or not poor Maya is gonna get got by the killer as they're going by. I don't remember the first Steel Samurai guy's name, though. Isn't it something like, I want to say, like Axel or something like that? I don't remember now. I just know he looks like Wukong, the Wukong monkey guy. It's an interesting art choice they went with, that's for sure. Oh, also we found out that Edgeworth has returned officially and is taking over for Von Karma, who was shot, apparently, by the kidnapper in an attempt to make things easier on us, which is fantastic. But yeah, let us continue. I love that that's the way that they decided to handle that. Is that that Von Karma got shot by the kidnapper to make the trial easier on us. Okay, no, sound looks okay. March 22nd, 2:14 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 3. Dude, I can't believe that. Adrian, no way, not cool. Not cool and collected Adrian Andrews. To be honest, she kind of deserved it for whipping everyone. Yeah, no, she should have 100% been arrested. She was actively just assaulting people with a weapon constantly. In the middle of the courtroom, outside of the courtroom, at all times, basically. It's pretty silly that she is not in more trouble all the time. She's your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. So after the ceremony, during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time. I see, so she could have easily planted that blood-covered button in your hakama. Because she was the one that came to wake me up? Huh? Then, dude, you're saying it really was her? Yes, she's the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Karada. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of the day. Get me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude? Hit him in the face with a shovel. Just once. Just one. Just walk outside, talk to the landscaping guy, pick up the shovel, come back into the courtroom, and hit him in the face just one time. He needs to learn a life lesson. Oh. It appears Pearls, the 8-year-old, is still being inhabited by Mia, causing her to look like a very attractive, I don't know, late 20s to early 30s woman. It's just still super weird. But then again, we've officially announced that magic exists, it is real, and is viable in court, so. You think her motive is related to Celeste Impact's missing suicide note, right? Yes. Miss Andrews depends on Miss Impacts as her strength and reasons to live. But then Miss Impact suddenly killed herself. Sounds like she left a suicide note and the person thought to have hidden it is Juan Karada, the victim of this murder. Why are they recapping all this? And that's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Karada. All to get the suicide note back. That sounds plausible. One thing bothers me. What? Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issue with regards to Miss Impacts. It was Edgeworth. Looks like he's still the one in command of this ship. Don't let your guard down yet. That's why I'm saying I don't think Edgeworth is against us on this one. I think he knows that this guy's innocent and he's trying to prove it in court so that they can prosecute the real criminal. March 22nd, 2:25 p.m. at District Court, courtroom number 3. I was thinking this was exactly 10 minutes later, and I said the wrong time. Court will now reconvene now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please. I'm in a mood, team. I'm sorry. I had a perfectly average day at work today, and I'm in a weird mood suddenly. Things might get weird, team. I apologize. The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Karada's room. See, she's got this card back. What is your occupation? And we saw that same card in Maya's, like, half of things when we were exploring the room she was trapped in, and then she used it to unlock the door and escape. But Adrian Andrews said that the card just kind of randomly showed up, and she's been playing with it the whole time. So she's not sure where it came from, implying that maybe Maya is not actively still kidnapped? What is your occupation? I'm the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Ungard. I see. Now then. Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request. Yes, sure. What is it? I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing. I would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently. No, I had no idea what you mean. I never even heard of Gossipland. The judge was ever a prosecution witness. He'd do all my work for me. Yeah. What do you mean you were in... what do you mean you were in Gossipland? I mean, a random gossip magazine last week. Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relationship to the victim? Yes, I was seeing Mr. Karada. I was also aware of the rivalry that exists between Matt and Juan. This was a private matter between Juan and myself. So it was a fry and bait matter. Or was that bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing. What? But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. Not yet, we ain't. I think there's someone who would beg to differ. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well then, witness, please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder had taken place. When I found the body. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room. And there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was, naturally, the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. What? I went and touched the crime scene by pouring myself a glass of juice, which I then promptly forgot to drink and left in the middle of the crime scene. You poured yourself a glass of juice? Yes, sadly I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of a crime. And I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. That is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor? I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Phoenix. She is one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match. Yes, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing? She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking. So you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense and the instant that trial is over. Understand? Yeah, I walked in on this crime scene. It appeared to be a triple homicide, so I reached down and I picked up the chainsaw and then turned it on without thinking, and all the blood splatter from all the victims sprayed up onto my body. And that's why when the police arrived, I was holding a running chainsaw and had all their blood all over me, you see, Honor. Ah, that makes perfect sense. Shock can really do weird things when you discover a crime scene. Anyway, at that point, after the police discovered, I was just telling them how right before the murder happened, all three of the victims had, cut me off in traffic. And I thought, man, it's a good thing my logging truck didn't run into them. It'd do a lot of damage to their small car. Just, that's the kind of nonsense I feel like we would 100% get in this module. I remember the start of that more human Mark Zuckerberg module. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. It was the dumbest thing. They had to have him do that because that was the only way to time to the crime. Otherwise, there would be absolutely no reason for him to be tied to that murder. It would be a random gun without his fingerprints on it. He had to touch the gun to set the whole thing in motion. So dumb. Absolutely silly. When I found the body, it was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. Oh, I forgot we almost have no energy left, too. And what was Mr. On Guard doing at the time? He was taking a nap. He was worn out from his mini performance as the Nickel Samurai during the ceremony. Mr. On Guard did say he was taking a nap. And I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room. Wait, what? Then I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room, yes? What? Excuse me? What are you... Objection! Right? I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. If you can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Huh? Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. On Guard's knife from his room? No. Subject, verb, object. Right? Did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue. What? Do we just have to get that our character is incompetent in there? What is going on? After that, I went to Juan's room. And why did you do that? It's great. As a friendly gesture, Juan was to make an appearance with the other heroes. So the show was supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? Press further. Is that the only reason? I beg your pardon. What are you implying? You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? So perhaps you had a more personal matter to discuss with the victim. I think Wright was trying to trick her. Oh, I guess that kind of makes sense. Like, if you're vague enough, maybe it'll say the wrong thing and you can pick up on it? Maybe? Other than that, I don't know. Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in mind at the time. Can't get her to talk without a strong piece of evidence, I guess. May we continue now? Witness, what did you see when you got to his room? I love that he implied she was there to kill him, and she implied she was there to, like, have romantic interactions with him. And there was his dead body. I was in shock. I was in shock. You were in shock? What? Was I not supposed to be? Andrews is a very calculating person. And despite how close they were, I doubt she had any romantic feelings for Mr. Kurata. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. And you can't seriously expect that young beauty like her would not be shocked. Somehow, I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. It is a bit of a weird statement, but okay. I see. What I saw was naturally the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. Minus the glass that I touched and got my, fingerprints all over. This is the photo you're referring to, correct? Yes, the one with the knife lodged in his chest. And the guitar case was like this too? Yes, it was open and empty, of course. And then, what did you do next, witness? I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. Love it. Juice? Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There were no lip marks left on this wine glass, it's just that anyone drank from it. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down, without drinking it. What? I was in shock. I poured myself a glass of juice, and then decided not to drink it. Contaminating the crime scene of the murder of the guy I was dating. Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Kurata, you were in great shock, and that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct? And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Your mind was a complete blank. I didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing. What one thing? Never mind. It's no big deal. What was she starting to say just now? Press her a little harder. Miss Andrews, I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I? I'm sorry, it's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. Okay, that we can prove is a lie. We can actually prove that's a lie. And then I poured myself another glass of juice and set it down and didn't drink it because I was in shock. Then another and another until the whole bottle was empty. Then I realized how silly it was for me to have made 16 glasses of juice. So I picked up 15 of them and carried them away, throwing them in the trash. I forgot about the one which I left on the counter and then called the police. She's trying to explain why there's all that juice and broken glass inside the trash can. Sneaky. So she claims all the glass and juice was actually from 15 glasses of juice she poured herself after discovering the crime scene. But I bet if I were to recreate all that glass, I would find out it's actually a giant full-size sculpture of the victim's head that he had filled with juice because juice was his favorite drink, and he would routinely work for the advertising company, proving that she hit him in the face with his own head. Of course. Oh, God. It's times like this I wish I knew how to, like, program or, like, if I knew anything about video editing beyond, like, the simple, most basic stuff I do for putting stuff up on, like, cutting this down and putting it up on YouTube. Oh, God. Oh, my God. It'd be amazing. Flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? This mess of glass shards? It was originally on top of the dresser. When I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Why did you withhold such an important piece of information? I'm sorry. I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess. Looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony. I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. I was the one who knocked the flower vase over where it fell onto the guitar case. What kind of flower vase was it? It was a glass vase, and it was fairly big and heavy. I thought I would try to take Juan's pulse, so I set the glass tilting down on the dresser. And that's when my elbow accidentally hit the vase. That's odd. I thought she was always in total control of herself. That's what she would like people to think. Always be mindful of the gap between your perception and reality. Doesn't sound like there's any glaring contradiction in their testimony just now. Yes, there is. What are you talking about, you idiot? Empty. There is some water, but only on top of the lid bears Karada's fingerprints. This is a direct contradiction to what she just said, that the case was already open when she spilled the water on it. This contradicts that directly. Oh, God. I warned you earlier that she would not crack so easily. The only way to make her is to keep on the offensive and not let up. The only way you're going to catch her is with some very strong, decisive evidence. To find something. You just have to, for Maya's sake. It was time for the show to start, so I went to Matt's room. Okay. Now, the problem we're going to have is figuring out what order of operation they want me to present this evidence in. That's going to be the hard part. Because to me, the first thing we would start with was the one who knocked the flower vase over where it fell to the guitar case. Fell onto the guitar case. Does she mention... So that's where I would start. Like, this is where I'm going to try to start this. I have no idea if this is correct or not, but we're going to have to work to this eventually. I just don't know if this is where we start. Okay, this seems right. You testified that you knocked the flower vase over. Is this correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell onto the guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? It's not some problem. It's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Ms. Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. It's true. That's very true. Furthermore, there is one other strange thing about this guitar case. And what is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor. And what is wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shards should be inside, not outside the case. What is your point, Wright? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all? No. Think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Nerd. Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say she didn't touch the guitar case. But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearings on this case at all. That may very well be, however, the guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it? It seems that there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case? Yeah, make her testify. Let's see what happens. Name of the guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. Key. I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you. I can't believe I'm doing this either. Alright, I'll follow along for now. Ms. Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case. Yes, Your Honor. The guitar case. The guitar case, by the way, also sounds like a different crime we have to solve. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over? It's not a big deal, though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. So your testimony is, I don't know why I did that thing. I don't even remember doing it. Who murdered Mr. Guitar? What it would be was, it would be Mr. Guitar, and then like like, it would be Mr. Guitar, but he was murdered with a guitar that was from the Mr. Guitar store or something like that. So it's just like all these guitar puns on top of each other, and that's why it's called the guitar case, is because all these guitars are involved. It looks like this really wasn't a very important point. This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting? Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination. Using anyway to change the topic. A convenient escape for a weak man. Okay, listen, Edgeworth. I tolerate your existence, okay? Because sometimes you help me. You're clearly on my side. I'm not gonna stand here and let you actively insult me, though. You're not Von Karma, okay? We're working together here, Edgeworth. You want to be a little rude, fine, but you're actively insulting me now. That's a different story. We're gonna have to talk about this. Get your boyfriend, Gumshoe, in here. I want him to go over there and calm you down. All right? You're out of control. The guitar case. I don't know why they're hiding it. Just make it canon. Make it canon that secretly, or I guess non-overtly, that Gumshoe and Edgeworth are a couple. Just, I mean, I know this is from like a different time period where that was less okay, because there's just been a big shift in society, at least in the States. I can't speak to like Japan, but I think if this was made now, I think they would probably just make Edgeworth and Gumshoe a couple, honestly. The guitar case. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. During your testimony just now, did you remember these events clearly in your mind? Well, you see... Are you sure you are the one who opened the guitar case? She's waiting for someone to tell her if she should answer or not. Sounds like your dependent side is taking over. Well, Miss Andrews, yes, it was me. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over? So you opened the guitar case then? Yes? Well, maybe. Why did you open the guitar case? Huh? Mr. Garada's dead body was right there in front of you, wasn't it? I would think that the first thing you would do is call for help, not open a guitar case, or pour yourself a drink. Objection! As the witness has said multiple times, when she found the dead body, she was dazed. Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was all right or not. What? I thought maybe the criminal took it. Why would she care about the bright red guitar? But getting back on topic, I'm thinking that the suicide note was kept inside the red guitar or something. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. Was it really empty? Huh? I was just wondering if maybe when you open it, the guitar was still inside. How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have a little professionalism. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. These trials would be over in half the time if you would just pay attention. Yes, pay more attention, Mr. Wright. Sorry. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. Was that because you were shocked and dazed at discovering the victim's body? Yes, that's probably it. I'm not going to get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. The only way to make her talk is with evidence. I guess I should give it a try. Yes, Phoenix, maybe you should try using evidence. Come on, Phoenix, we can't afford to let up on her now. I wasn't planning on letting up, but she's at her weakest now, so this is our chance. Yeah, if we had a weapon to hit her with. I'm sure a weapon is hiding somewhere in the court record, waiting to be found. I don't remember too crazy a bit. I suppose I must have opened the case card after I knocked over the vase. No big deal, the case was empty all along. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. So... I'm almost tempted to say this again is the correct thing because it says bears Karada's fingerprints, but it doesn't talk about her fingerprints, which if she opened it would be on the thing. The victim is filled with tomato juice, bears Andrew's fingerprints. See, that's what's throwing me off here. Along Karada's murder scene was ripped from this costume covered in Karada's blood found in on guard's Hakama. That could be it. I mean, index suicide. Was her suicide note hidden? Tangled with a scarf, then stabbed with a knife. Imprints in the ground. You're taken in the hallway right after the murder. That's what I'm thinking it is. Since it was implied she was wearing a costume with gloves, right? Yeah. It was implied that whoever went in, whoever was dressed up as the Nickel Samurai was wearing gloves. That's why there was there shouldn't have been fingerprints on the knife if they used the knife as a murder weapon, even though that's not what happened. Which implied that, like, there shouldn't have been fingerprints on stuff because it should have been wiped off by the gloves it was being handled. Which led us to believe that it was some sort of setup to someone used the knife with his fingerprints to set him up for it. Alright, I'm gonna save. Again, I don't know when they want me to present this information in this dialogue. Empty after all. I suppose I must have opened the car case after I knocked over the vase. That's right, why I opened the case, even I don't know. I went too clearly because I was a bit dazed. Suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked over the vase. So this feels like this is where I should present this? Is right here? Let me see. I want to make sure there's not missing anything. Oh, Will Powers. Will Powers, okay. Rivals with Jammin' Ninja. Member of the hotel security. I'm pretty sure her real name is Wendy Oldbag. There's manager, intelligent woman who seems to have it all together. Killed herself 2 years ago. Okay. The other thing it could be, this might be when they want me to start presenting, because she says, as for why I opened the case, even I don't know. The other thing we could present is shock for the suicide. Was her suicide note hidden? We could maybe present, like, she was actually looking for the suicide note. It feels like a huge leap to go from fingerprints on the guitar case to suicide note that's hidden from, like, a 2-year-old investigation or whatever, but that kind of feels like where the next kind of thing goes. I guess, I think later, maybe? Okay, maybe we get there after this. Maybe we go that there's no fingerprints, and then she's like, well, I don't know why I even opened, and then we go, well, maybe you were looking for the suicide note. Okay, even I don't know. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. I'm gonna present it here and see what happens. Ah, okay, we got it. There's no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Ooh. A little, ye old, not Shakespeare. Sherlock? Because the only fingerprints on the guitar case are those of the victim. Thank you. What is it, Miss Andrews? You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time? Gloves? Why would you be wearing gloves at the time? I was the night of the award ceremony. So of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime. Nothing strange about that! Guess that's the case closed. Maya's gonna get shot in the face. But you left fingerprints on the juice. Right, exactly. That's strange. You were wearing gloves. Isn't that a little bit strange? Why is that strange? Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time? Yes. Yes, I do. Bears your fingerprints, you idiot. Yes. I have your proof right here. This wine glass. The wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange that you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Wow, we knocked our glasses off. Order. Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. What do you mean? Critical hit. I believe the guitar case plays a very important role here, but it's just an empty case. I wonder if it really was empty, though. But the guitar, the bright red guitar, was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean it was a bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right either. What? Who is this for? Who is this joke for? Is it for children? Do they assume children are playing this and this is for children? Who, like, I understand this clearly isn't meant for, like, mature audiences. I get that part. But who is this for? Who is this joke for? Is this for children? Would children think it's funny that he said white guitar instead of a red guitar, but that doesn't make sense either? Who is this joke for? I mean, it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on the case... Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. What, Edgeworth? Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us into all of his misguided... This is a direct contradiction of evidence. No, Your Honor, please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it is wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I'm sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder. If you're so sure, Wright, and I'm sure you can somehow substantiate outrageous claim, correct? Please enlighten us as to why the guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder. Can you do that, Mr. Wright? Well, let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case. Bright red guitar not being the only thing. You don't mean to suggest that a bright black guitar... That's what the joke was? To set up a second, also dumb joke? So he intended to push your theory that the case was not empty. Is that it, right? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. We've proven a ton of things, thank you very much. Now then, let's have it. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? So I guess now we present the... Juan Corrado's murder scene. I'm assuming, was her suicide note hidden? I'm guessing the suicide report. But I feel like the tone is about to take a horrible shift. Now feels right? Okay. Alright, let's try this. And why would something like that be inside a guitar case, let alone this one? Why, Mr. Wright, why? Well, I just thought it might have been possible. Apparently that's not it, okay. Somebody hinted at it being something else. I have a suggestion. Why don't we put that in the void where your brain's supposed to be? Yeah, you never bring it out again. Can't fool get some love? Do you still think you can prove your theory? Can you prove that the guitar case was not empty at the time of the murder? Let's say something I didn't intend to prove. Inflate. Okay. Like this case at the time of the murder. Since Maya hinted at it being something else. Yeah. Tomato juice. Jungle with a scarf. Shock suicide. I think in the hallway. What's the 16? Seems like the Nickel Samurai is to confess something at the post-ceremony stage show. I don't know other than that. Seems like press conference ticket. I don't know what the 16 or the 91 have to do with it, but seems like the Nickel Samurai is to confess something after the post-ceremony stage show. The only thing I can think of with this is that we were trying to prove that she was going to go get the note, and then she had set up a press conference to have the Nickel Samurai confess or something? I don't know. Considering the Nickel Samurai wouldn't have been the guy, it would have been the Jammin' Ninja that needed to confess, not the Nickel Samurai? So I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what this is setting up, but it doesn't seem like it has anything to do with what's going on right now. Tabloid article about the victim was in the case. It's covered in carotid blood found in... Only other thing I can think of... Manager. Unless we present, like, the profile, but I don't... That doesn't seem right either. Tangle the scarf. In the hallway right after the murder. If you're taking the hallway right after the murder. Again, that's the wrong room if this was taken after the murder, but okay. Costume covered in Karada's blood found in one card's Hakama. Murder scene. Like, this tomato juice is so prominent. I don't know. I thought it for sure this is when we needed to present the suicide note thing. Talk from someone in suicide. Carter's murder scene. Oh, I just had a thought? Alright, hit me with it. I think we already used this, so I don't need to use it again, I don't think. Maybe the reason the vase fell on the case was that it was locked and she couldn't open it, so she threw something heavy at it? Okay, I guess I could see that, but what do I need to... I mean, that could be a thing, but I don't know if that presents itself with the situation we're under right now. Not really important to right now, though. Yeah. So we know it's not the suicide note. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? There's blood. Murder scene. The victim filled tomato juice bears Andrew's fingerprint. There's no water, but on the lid bears Corrada's fingerprints. The hotel around the crime scene. I have no idea. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? I don't think anything else mentions the suicide note. Well, I'm gonna look it up. Yeah, look this one up, because I don't have any... I can't really fail, or we'll go back. I mean, I didn't save that long ago, so it's not that big a deal. Just so 2 years ago, there's manager, an intelligent woman who seems to have it all together. Agent Andrews, region shock from Celestine impact suicide. Time does 8:15. Because this is the only thing I can think of that would prove... or that could prove an item was in there that she might have been looking for. That or her own profile that talks about her attempted suicide, or the Celeste Impact profile about the death. Because I don't think there was... Maya now says you have found a weak point, the guitar case. She thinks something other than a guitar was in the guitar case. Remember, the case was closed by the time the murder occurred, and the crime photo was taken. The case was open, so Andrews must have opened the case for a reason. When asked to present the thing that was in the case, present either the Nickel Samurai or Lotta's photo. What? Present either the Nickel Samurai or Lotta's photo. Huh? Why would... Or Lotta's photo? I guess this proves that the Nickel Samurai didn't steal anything? I guess... Okay, Lotta's photo. This is a photograph? Yes, but what is important is what is in that picture, Your Honor. Is in this picture? Doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I am proposing is... Inside the guitar case with the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume. What? Is that why the confession was supposed to happen? Is that the Jammin' Ninja guy was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and do a false confession? Is that what that's supposed to be? That is the most insane... That's the most insane leap. How are you supposed to get that? I just looked up right to that point. That's got to be what it is. It's that he was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and do a false confession to something. What? Mr. Wright, explain yourself? Right, are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to doing something like that? Also, Old Bag talked about seeing the Nickel Samurai go in. So that means that she would have already been in the costume before she went in? What? That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put on the hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? But why was it in there in the first place? What? I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to suspect such a preposterous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct? You mean this photo? What? Order. It looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we? Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume. Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Matt Ungard's. Why would something of the defendant's be in the victim's room? Objection! And inside the guitar case, of all places. Did someone just play a fake objection? I swear I'm not an elk. Welcome, I swear I'm not an elk. I was wondering, I'm like, wait, was there a sound error there? But no. Someone got me, or they tried to get me. Welcome, I swear I'm not an elk. Howdy. Inside the guitar case of all places? True. That is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was the Nickel Samurai's costume doing inside the guitar case? It was a spare costume. It was stolen from On Guard. Well, it must have been a spare costume? Or did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume was we were talking about, or one was a spare one. What? Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel? I was wondering about this, because it said he took a nap in his costume. So I was wondering how she got another costume. But Old Bag said she saw this Nickel Samurai go in and out of his room. So she clearly wasn't dressed up before she went in, and then dressed up and then came out? Yes, this is what I was saying. And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? It would mean that the victim himself had brought this spare to the ceremony on purpose? Yeah, it's got to be to do the false confession. But why? The victim, Mr. Kurata, was the Jammin Ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai's spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act? And therein lies the sticking point. What are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? Huh? No, Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai spare costume? Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer, and then answer with gusto. I believe in you. But I swear, Monelk, how are you doing? Alright, this is what I think. Oh, I mean, I know what I think, but this module is so full of it's drinking its own Kool-Aid too heavily. I'm well, already half asleep. Nice. You had dog walking duty today? Because you do animal stuff on the weekends, right? You do the like dog walking and veterinary stuff on the weekends? Or is it like a kennel? I'm trying to remember your advanced kennel. We have 14 black labs. 14 black labs. So do they sell them or black labs just super popular in your part of England? This is what I think. The reason the victims brought the Nickel Samurai spare costume to the hotel was the post-ceremony stage confession. No, just people bring them in. Really? So there's 14 separate black labs in the area around those kennels? That is insane. Apparently everyone in England loves black labs. All right, fair enough. I mean, I'm more of a husky guy myself, but all right. Both in my dog preference and in my actual walking around in my own body preference, but if I belong to the same home, okay, so they're like some sort of black lab trainers or something. Oh, we have a Malamute. Oh, well, okay, well, that's at least different. Another large dog for sure, but at least a different kind of large dog. But yeah, if one house has 5 black labs, they're definitely training them and then selling them or something. I mean, I'm not a fan of that myself, but I mean, 2 Rhodesian Ridgebacks. No, they just like labs. Really? Okay. All right, fair enough, I guess. Not breeding them. I mean, like training them and then like selling them as trained black labs. Not like necessarily breeding them, but what's a Rhodesian Ridgeback? I don't think I've ever heard of that. Are you messing with me? Is that like a made up Rhodesian Ridgeback? Sounds like a lizard. It's a countryside and they have the money and space for dogs. Well, fair enough. If they got some big estate somewhere and they want 5... I mean, the Queen of England had what, like 4 corgis at one point? So there's no reason these people couldn't have 5 labs just to show up the queen. It's a large dog with like a fur spine down its back. Oh, huh. That sounds cool. Lovely dogs. Yeah. Well, that's cool. I've never heard of it though. But it's got to be this post-ceremony confession thing, right? Present. What is this? On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference. A press conference? Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, Mr. Wright. Or something up, right? But what struck me as strange was that Mr. Ungard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. How can that be? The way I see it, that can mean only one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Kurata himself. The victim? Yes. The spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Kurata was going to hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai. He was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference? But why would the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference. The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something? I think an abridged Phoenix Wright exists. There are some strange blurps. Well, didn't they actually make an anime out of this? Like an actual anime?
Is there a good place to kill myself around here?
What? I need to watch it? Yeah, we might have to do a watch along on that. We might have to just do like 2 hours of watching the Phoenix Wright anime. See, that is one of the, yeah, what? That's a really weird thing to say out of context. Even in context, that's a weird thing to say, but the Nickel Samurai was going to confess something, and by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that Juan Kurata...
Sorry, I do drugs.
What? Sorry, I do drugs. Oh, God. I mean, at least she's honest and upfront about it. Which means that Juan Kurata, posing as a Nickel Samurai, was going to speak about Matt and Guard. Naoki showed up at the right when the module decided to pull something straight out of nowhere on us. Yeah. So, it wanted us to prove what was inside of a guitar case, and the correct answer was a photo of the Nickel Samurai leaving the victim's room. Which turned into, that was secretly a second Nickel Samurai costume inside. Apologies, do continue with your crime solving. Although I don't think anything will surpass the wheelchair thing. The wheelchair thing was the most cowardly and yellow-bellied thing I've ever seen. I'm 100% calling out the writers and the creators behind this. That was garbage. I'm calling that out right now. I will say it to their face if I ran into them somewhere. That was garbage. That was absolute garbage. And the fact they didn't reveal what that looked like in the moment afterwards, complete cowardice. I was going to speak about on guard. Yes, I guess that is what it would mean. But if that's the case, that's not a confession, that's a public disclosure. I have never heard the words yellow-bellied outside of the film Wild Wild West. I mean, it's an old-timey word for a coward, and it's just one of those ones I don't hear a lot anymore, so whenever I get the chance to call someone a coward, I'm going to call him a yellow-bellied. You couldn't even see the lower wheelchair in his pictures until after you had to point it out. Yeah. And then it made no sense physically how a statue that was as big as a human torso fit underneath his wheelchair in a way that apparently was able to be brought into the courtroom and no one noticed. Made no sense whatsoever. And then the fact that once you point it out, they reveal that there's like he's in a wheelchair and that there's like a blanket down there covering his legs, but don't actually show the statue in the wheelchair. Complete cowardice. In the courtroom and through security. Yeah, apparently they don't do metal detector checks on people who come to the courtrooms. That's not a confession. That's a public disclosure. Miss Andrews? I can see why you are pros at what you do. Pardon me? Yes, just as you say. The press conference was set up by Juan. What? Well, they let the kid on with a sword once. Yeah, but I don't think that was a real sword. I think that was like a plastic toy sword. I don't think that kid had an actual sword. America has the right to bear swords. Yeah. You're just legally allowed to bring a sword into any public building because the founding fathers of Japarica had swords. No. Oh, no, not bear swords. Yeah, swords, totally bear swords. Oh, God, just a sword shaped like a bear. Oh, that would actually be awesome. Miss Andrews, please offer an explanation to this. I was the one who asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him. That was also me. You? Juan had to bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. He was going to ruin him? Huh? It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. What? Bear sword. That's a very cute bear next to a very funny and, like, interesting sword. And do you know what this secret of Mr. On Guards is, Miss Andrews? Now, you know what? I can't even say that out loud because I need to keep it a secret for D&D. I'm going to keep that a secret for D&D. Remind me about the bear sword when we get to the end of the stream so I can put that down in the D&D notes. And you know what this secret of Mr. On Guards is, Miss Andrews? Huh? That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is. Ah, I see. I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone, but that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt, after all. Protect Mr. On Guard? And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could please tell us the truth about your behavior. Yes, Your Honor. I understand. Protecting Matt. Say it, you... It was just... Well, I want it to be a secret for you when it gets revealed, but if you really want to know, I'll ruin the secret. It's up to you. You let me know if you want the secret ruined. Don't? Okay. We have a tie right now. We're one versus one on whether I should or shouldn't reveal this secret. So since it's a 1 versus 1, I will not reveal the secret. Protecting Matt. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what, and he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button, and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. Test Bear gets a scimitar confirmed. This doesn't count for everything. No, it doesn't. Well, I am logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She's more nervous than a scared rabbit. If the defense can find no fault with his testimony, I'm ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine Mr. Wright. Looks like somehow everything has swung to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. Protecting Matt. For the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Would you say that was your intuition speaking to you? Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. If you want to prove that someone did something, you need 3 things. 3 things? A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally, decisive evidence. And if you think these 3 things through, the answer becomes quite clear. You should have already known that, Phoenix. They didn't teach that to us in school, at least not from what I remember. That's apparently because you went to, like, lawyer school off the back of, I don't know, a cereal box or something, Phoenix? You're terrible at this. May I continue now? Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. Why? So you would say this need came from from the press conference? Yes. Do you know why Juan chose that event and the hotel for the conference? Because that was when he could cause the most damage to the public's beloved Matt on Guard. And you knew this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews? Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume. But I'm sure Mr. On Guard himself didn't know anything about the press conference. Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know about the press conference? Anyway, the important thing here is that the information was not in your testimony. Yes, I agree. Miss Andrews, please correct your testimony, if you please. Gasping at straws now, are we, Mr. Wright? I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. Okay. Has Mr. On Guard done something to hurt or betray you personally? Why do you ask? You were the one who helped Mr. Kurata with his press conference, and that event was supposed to bring down Mr. Ungard, yet you still helped out. The person on trial right now is Mr. Ungard, right? What the witness was thinking, helping the victim with his plan, is none of our concern. It is if it's the motive behind the murder, you idiot. And in any case, this means that the defendant had a motive to kill. Why do I keep doing this to myself? And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. But didn't you already testify earlier that Mr. Ungard was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that that too was a lie so you could cover for Mr. Ungard? I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him from the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting up the stage at the time. I keep trying, but I can find no flaws with what Miss Andrew has said. I can't say the same for some people here in the courtroom, however. They're just glaring straight at Maya. At Maya? Oh, okay, I was like, wait, what? He's glaring at you, smart guy. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. But you wouldn't have found out about those. You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well make a clever camouflage. Then, what about the button? The button. It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. During the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin Ninja's costume. Talking about this button, correct? That button was found in the pleats of Matt's hakama. Is that correct? I wouldn't think that makes it very decisive evidence. I would think that makes it very decisive evidence. Irk. Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright. Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Thank goodness Maya can still look at me. With an icy stare, yes. Apparently she can actively read our mind. I don't remember that part. Ms. Andrews, from Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony. The button was torn off of Juan during his fight with Matt. Didn't have an alibi for what he was doing. The button was torn off of Juan during his fight with Matt. And how do you know that? When the ends of the threads on the button and the costume were matched up, they were found to fit together perfectly, or so I heard. I've heard that before too, but why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail? Don't look at me like that, just because I'm prepared and you are not. Arg, and I thought I had heard this time for sure. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here. Where and what? But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. But what you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time? Huh? Who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it? Everybody with any any concept of what is right and wrong? This witness could have disclosed things about Mr. Ungard at any time. Why then would she wait until there was a large audience before doing so? And the same reason why Mr. Kurata planned such an elaborate conference. Mr. Andrews wanted to cause Mr. Ungard as much damage as she possibly could. This witness bears ill will towards the defendant. This isn't the Phoenix Wright was philosophical power hour. Wait. Phoenix Wright waxed philosophical power hour. And please stop slandering the witness. Huh? As I expected, Miss Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid. Really, because to me, it sounded a little wishy-washy. Wishy-washy? Well, I guess we'll see if I press a little more. You should know this by now. We'll need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk. Got it, Chief. I'm going to pin you down this time, Miss Andrews. No. Don't say it that way. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. Alright, let me look at the evidence again and see what we got. A glossy photo Maya pushed onto me. It's like the Nickel Samurai is invest something after the pro ceremony. Map of the Gatewater Hotel around the crime scene. Empty. There's some more on the lid. Karada's murder scene. Was ripped from his costume. Is covered in Karada's blood found in the guard's Hakama. Impacts. Shooting from less impacts. Suicide. Strangled with a scarf, then stabbed with a knife. There's the victim's blood and the guard's fingerprints. In the grip, Gatewater is engraved. Here, taken from the hallway right after the murder. Client Hotshot Star, who plays the Nickel Samurai, is running with the Gem Ninja, was on bad terms with On Guard. Intelligent woman who seems to have it all together. And she was mentor and Karada's manager. Killed herself 2 years ago. Didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. That button was torn off Juan during his fight with Matt. When I met the manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. I have an alibi. And what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. I knew what his motive was, but I didn't have any way to prove him. I don't have any way to prove I'm right. Wait, what was the motive? Has Mr. Engard done something to hurt or betray you personally? Why do you ask? You were the one who helped Mr. Grotto with the press conference. And the event was supposed to bring down Mr. Engard, yet you still helped out? Person on trial right now is Mr. Engard, right? The witness was thinking helping the victim with his plan. It's none of our concern. In any case, this means that the defendant had a motive to... Why do I keep getting this? Okay. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. The button was torn off of Juan during his fight with Matt. It's ripped from his costume, is covered in Karada's blood, found in Engard's Hakama. I assume... they're not going to set up the fact that the blood is underneath the... That the... If they were... Okay, hold on. How do I explain this? So... We know he was strangled to death with the scarf and then stabbed with the knife. If he was not stabbed with the knife until after he was dead, then there shouldn't be blood on that button because they would have been done fighting before blood was spilled. Which implies that someone dipped the blood onto the button. Does that make sense? Because we know he was strangled with a scarf and then stabbed with a knife. If he was already dead from being strangled with a scarf, then they wouldn't have been wrestling around and the button wouldn't have come off with blood already on it because the blood wouldn't have gotten there until after they were done fighting. Which means that the button was torn off and then the blood was on there from before it was ripped off. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, seems right. So, I don't know if that's what they're trying to set up here, though. His costume is covered in Karada's blood, found in Engard's Hakama. It was torn off during the... Maybe that is it. The button was torn off of Juan during his fight with Matt. Maybe we can I'm wondering if I need to present... Oh my God. They're so weird about how to present stuff. It just makes me wonder if I need to present the crime scene photo, and then that will lead into talking about how the button got blood on it after Juan was already dead, or if I just need to talk about the button and then how the blood got on there will be talked about. Was torn off of Juan during his fight with Matt. I'm Matt's manager, so I felt him protected. Suspect of his mid-range enemy seems pretty solid. Whoops. Need strange evidence. Got it. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. The button was torn off of Juan during his fight with Matt. Or, wait. It might also be the autopsy report. Like the autopsy report, the blood on the button, and the crime scene photo all seemed like intertwined here. I just don't know what thing they want me to present first. I'm gonna try the Juan's autopsy report. Objection! Oh my God, did I get it right? Oh my God, this is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Okay, there we go. Strangulation? The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. And what does that mean? Let's examine the evidence. The button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off of the costume when? After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly. Which means... Okay, this is literally just what I said. It is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in the fight. That's right, Miss Andrews. There is no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off the victim's already dead body. Order. What is the meaning? What is the meaning of this, Wright? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Everything about the buttons as evidence? What? Good. This time the module lines up. Yeah, this is one of the few times that the actual amount of logic has been applied to a piece of evidence. I'm happy I chose the autopsy report and not the two other things that had to do with it, but... Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We now know that this button was not turned off during the fight. So the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What was it? To have a memento of the crime, to destroy evidence, to pin the crime on guard, obviously. There's only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. Engard. There's no way anyone would put a bloody button in their own pants. That's right, Mr. Engard was set up. By the real killer, of course. And the real murderer is... Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer then? Finally, I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. I'm gonna save because this is the point where the twist is gonna happen, and the twist could literally be anybody. It could literally be like the dead manager from 2 years ago could twist and turn out it's them. Phoenix. You can't let your guard down yet, not until the very end. The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. Engard, is... It's gotta be Adrian Andrews, right? I can't imagine who the twist could be. Like, is it gonna turn out the twist is like Will Powers because he wanted to get back into like being the highlight of a show or something? Like, it's gotta be Adrian Andrews, right? Right? It's gotta be. Miss Adrian Andrews. I choose you. Is that a Pokemon reference? Really? I choose you. You are Mr. Karada's killer. What? Oh, we broke her glasses. She had a witness freak out. A witness meltdown? What do you call it, Ika? Order, order, order. Mr. Wright, this is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge? Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Miss Andrews. Yes, actually it does point. Witness explosion. Thank you, Ika. All of the evidence points to Miss Andrews. What? How preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me. I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he'd already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. Ungard, naturally. And the knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could have only been taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. Wow, she just carries around a bunch of extra glasses. Then, what? What about the button that was found in Matt's Hakama? This button was removed from the victim's body after he'd already died. Only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. Ungard was the real killer, there's no way he would have put such an incriminating evidence as his own Hakama. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. Ungard's Hakama is the person who went to wake him up from his nap, which is you, yet again, Miss Andrews. I see. What about the empty guitar case? That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was just such a costume inside the guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. No, But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case. And it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. Huh? That's right. That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposely left her fingerprints on the glass to show that, yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. And to top it all off, there is this photo. A photo of the killer as they exit the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. Ungard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please, stop. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I've got her this time. Miss Andrews? I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. You're... She's pleading the fifth?
NANI?!
She's pleading the fifth? Is that even a thing anymore? The whole legal system has been radically changed. You're telling me there's still a constitution in place that protects people with the Fifth Amendment? You are calling out a very specific thing, Module. Is there something... I wonder if there's something like this in Japan then. Is there something like this in Japan where you don't have to testify against yourself in an incriminating way? Is that part of the law there? I don't know enough about Japanese law. Maybe this is vague enough that they figured they could get away with it from other places? Well, yes. You are absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination, but by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves. What? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Yes, it is. Are you high? Phoenix Wright is an idiot. He is a lucky moron that he has us piloting him. Because if this idiot doesn't think people are going to plead the fifth the second they can, he's a moron who doesn't understand anything about being a lawyer. Do you know how many people constantly plead the fifth all the time? All the time. What is he talking about? I assumed this wasn't a thing anymore. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. On Guard's room, Adrian Andrews, yes? Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood. All right. That's it. That's when Francesca planted this idea into her head. She must have told Miss Andrews not to not testify if things looked bad. Japan has a right of silence, apparently. Okay, so maybe that's what it is. Maybe they originally wrote it as a right of silence and then translated it to the Fifth Amendment once they brought it over to Japerica. Maybe that's what it is. Okay, maybe that's a little more reasonable. I mean, the rest of this isn't reasonable at all because none of this lines up with anything that makes any amount of sense in a legal sense. But at least that, I guess, translates slightly. Did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. But there's still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done. He. What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence? Huh? What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless. What? Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Circumstantial? Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to prove a single piece of definitive proof. What? Prove that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Kurata. Oh, okay, now we get to prove this part of it. Okay. Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Kurata? I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering. But Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think? Maybe so, or maybe not. There's nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. No, she's taking the defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do? Whip out all the evidence that proves why she would want to murder Kurata? Somehow, we've landed in the worst possible situation. I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify, and the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof. But that's not true. In this situation, there's only one thing the court can do, and that is to declare a recess. Recess? I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter. And at tomorrow's trial... Tomorrow? Maya dies tonight if we don't have a tomorrow. If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then... Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial... Please continue the trial. What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he? That's not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya... Huh? But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. False! You can completely do a trial against someone without them testifying in their own defense. 100% of you have evidence, and we have boatloads of evidence left. Now then, this court is... Who objected? It is not impossible for this trial to continue. Huh? Mr. Edgeworth? What are you... It's true Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Yes, that is very true, but actually, there is one little thing that I'm curious about. Miss Andrews, when you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and? I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual, but I've already... Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your action, I'd like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. What? I don't know what is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know. The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please. When I found the body, that glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. Sorry, Andrews, the Edge likes Maya more than you. Basically is what's happening, yeah. So you poured that glass of juice for the victim? Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony? I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. What? You're in a legal court of law. You actively have now lied under oath, which means you have committed a crime, which means, if nothing else, you will be going to jail for lying under your testimony. Oh, God. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth, what the heck is going on in that brain of yours? Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. It's like they don't enforce any law on anybody other than the person who's being, like, tried, even when they commit active crimes during the trial. It doesn't make any sense. When I found the body, that glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. So you lied about this under oath, but there wasn't anyone else in the room, right? Of course not. Then who did you pour it for? Mr. Wright, there is a rhyme and reason for everything. Can you just wait a little longer for it to be revealed to you? In other words, Wright, be quiet and listen. Precisely. I couldn't have said it better myself. Like I said before, it's guilty until proven innocent to the max in Japerica, apparently. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in the messy state. So, it was a mess? Are you sure it wasn't messy because of your fight with Mr. Karate? I understand your frustration in not being able to prove your theory. However, before you go accusing people of crimes, go find yourself some evidence. Grr. And then, what did you see next, witness? Lonnie was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. Slumped over? Yes, he was just sitting there with his head tilted forward, his eyes closed. It really looked like he was sleeping. Was it just me, or did that right there sound a little odd? You know, he's just sleeping standing up, or sitting up, you know, happens all the time. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought he was dead didn't cross my mind. And you ignored the blood and the knife sticking out of his chest? When I was sitting like that, I thought he was dead didn't cross my mind. But what did cross your mind? I thought maybe he had smashed everything up in anger because he lost the Grand Prix. And then felt tired after his rampage, so he decided to take a nap. Anyways, that's what I thought. I see, so you didn't think he was dead at all. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. You thought he fainted? I thought he was asleep at first, but then the room was in such a messy state, I thought maybe he had gotten into a fight with someone? And that's when you went to pour the glass of juice? Yes, he always had a hard time waking up. So Juan always had a glass of tomato juice to drink. I see. And after that, what happened next? When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. And how did you come to realize that he was, in fact, dead? I shook him over and over, but I never got a response. So I set the glass down on the dresser and tried to take his pulse. I was shocked. And staggered backward. And knocked the flower vase over, so that's what happened? Yes. This is what it all comes down to. Huh? This is the absolute end for both sides. And Adrian is letting her guard down. Phoenix, now is our best chance yet to kill the prosecution's case. Isn't that a bit harsh? Miss Andrews, will you tell us the truth this time? That's juice. I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. First of all, he doesn't look like he's in a corner at all. Also, she didn't notice the knife sticking out of his chest or the blood. I mean, well, his costume's black, isn't it? So wouldn't the blood have shown up pretty well? Or the missing button? Okay. He was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I was sitting like that, I thought he was dead, didn't cross my mind. Honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. Huh? The victim is filled with tomato juice, bears Andrew's fingerprints. There's Karada's fingerprints. So, what about the guitar case? We proved that that she opened the guitar case. Like, we proved that. We 110% proved that she opened this guitar case after the dead body. Like, we proved that 100%. Was her suicide note hidden? They were taken in the hallway right after the murder. Thanks. Do I need to present? Awesome. It's covered in Karada's blood. Found it on guard's Kakama. Empty. There's some water, but only on the lid. Bears Karada's finger. Like, I don't. Like, we've undermined this before. That's why I'm so confused. Like, we've disproven this same testimony before when she gave it the first time and with different words. I don't know what they want me to do again other than present the same evidence to prove she's lying. That's when I knocked the flower vase over. Iku, you're gonna have to look this one up because I legitimately have no idea what they want me to do. It feels like a trap. Like they want me to do something original, but they're presenting me with the same problems that I already solved. Honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. I saw him sitting like that. The thought he was dead didn't cross my mind. Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. I was surprised when I walked in the room and saw it in a messy state. Give me a sec? Alright, no problem. Glass of juice. I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. In the corner? See, this is another thing that kind of throwing me off. His body wasn't in the corner. The body was in basically the middle of the room. The only thing I can think to disprove this, though, would be, I guess, like the crime photo. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought he was dead didn't cross my mind. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so it is the sitting in the corner thing is what's not right here. Okay. Okay, we'll try the we'll do this then. The witness's statement is clearly no? Okay. It wasn't that then. Mr. Wright. Yeah, I know. Come on, just let me. Well, this is why we saved. Alright, so what? I guess I gotta do something else first? On statement 4, 5, 6. Okay. 4, 5, or 6? Okay, 1, 2, 3. So I'm sitting like that. The thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. So it's the crime scene photo on 4, 5, or 6? Fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the puff. Wait, okay. Sitting slumped over and tired. Okay, so it would have literally been the next slide. Okay, let's try the crime scene photo on this then. Okay, yes, that one worked. So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him. It's hard to think someone just napping with a knife in them, I think is the idea. Yeah. Okay. No, not at all. Even though this was what you saw when you discovered the body. What is the meaning of this? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There's a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Kurata's chest. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought there was a dead man. That's... Well, you see, I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted. And then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink? Your point is? Miss Andrews, your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly. That you are the real killer. No! Okay, go back to pleading the fifth? It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt Engard, is not guilty after all. But that's impossible. You're wrong. Miss Andrews, try to have some composure. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt, I swear it. He is the one who killed Juan. But you were the one who refused to testify. And your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because... Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you? I refuse to testify. Okay. Then there is no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Mountainguard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated. Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't. Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Matt Engard. Okay. Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time. What? The reason is quite simple. The witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth. So what? You got a loop, catch-22? The absolute real truth. What are you... Witness? Don't you understand yet? Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence... yeah. Right of silence? Yeah, okay. Matt Engard will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie. I don't believe you. What? I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over. Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? She lost it? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Francesca von Karma. Huh? Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of others. Of another. Because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. Then, right now, Miss Andrews is... Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss von Karma. Don't say a word, no matter what happens. If you do, Mountain Guard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undeniably believes in those words right now, and is clinging onto them. Then, what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. But Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is get it out. Get our not guilty. That is my only priority. It wasn't me. I'm begging you. Please, believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help. Please. Someone, help me. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? The court cannot continue on like this, therefore I'd like to hear what you intend to do. What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? Right? I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. Think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime. What? Who's the real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one else it could be except the woman crying over there, right? Come now, what will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Huh? So... it has to be the killer, right? I guess so? What? This is that twist I'm talking about. That they keep trying to throw in at the end of these trials. Like, we have now undoubtedly proven that there was a setup, that there's no evidence that wasn't faked or directly contradicted by the witnesses. We have no solid evidence at this point to prove Matt on guard killed Juan Carrata. Zero evidence now. That's all been disproven. We've disproven that all in court. There's absolutely no reason to not declare a not guilty for Matt on guard. I don't know what there is. Hold on. I don't... I'm just so confused right now. This is, again, one of those things where, like, there's no logic to what they're asking for, so you just kind of have to hope you figured out what kind of nonsense they want. I assume we have to force her to testify, but I kind of want to see what happens if we would just request a not guilty. No matter what she says, Miss Andrews is the only person it could be. Not to mention, I don't have a choice. I have to win a complete acquittal today. Your Honor, the defense believes there is enough evidence to substantiate our claim. Therefore, we motion that the court pass a verdict of not guilty as soon as possible. I disappointed in you, right? What have you learned in this past year? That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth. You're wrong. Okay. What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this. However, what is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, falls on my shoulder to disclose this to the court. Stop. Mr. Edgeworth? This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. What? And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. Stop. Please stop. No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here. That's the second part of the suicide report? The attempted suicide report? What will we do now, witness? You know what I am about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews. Secret of dependent nature? Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please, please stop. I beg you. People find out. people find out, I'll... If you're going to say you would choose death, that is no concern to me. Edgeworth, how can you be so cold? However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips, no matter what I have to do. So, will you tell the court yourself, or shall I? Either is fine with me. I'll talk, but please, help me. What? Nothing matters anymore. What is happening? I guess apparently just asking for the non-guilty verdict was correct. My crime. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted, honest. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to the Matt's room. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with a knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume. Stab the body with the knife? But why would you do that? Isn't it obvious? To pin the blame on a certain person. A certain cowardly man. What? What do you mean by all this? It might take this court a little while to understand, but this is the truth. The real killer is Matt. That scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. Last time? So Miss Andrews stabbed the victim, Juan Carrata, in the chest with a knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt on guard for the murder. And this is her crime. What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination. So her crime is desecration of the dead, I guess? It's her, yeah, it's what's the term? Like, contaminating a crime scene and, yeah, it would be contaminating a crime scene and, like, planting evidence, I guess? My crime. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted, honest. But you could tell from the state the room was in that there must have been a fight? Are you telling the truth when you say that you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck, but that scarf is a part of the Jammin' Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up, and went to pour the juice. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. What is this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because Juan, he was going to expose Matt's weakest point to the world. Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought, I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. The forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. How is there no one in the hallway? They've established that there should have been 2 different people in that hallway. The security lady, Old Bag, and Lotta Hart, the photographer. We have established that both of those people were in the hallway, one of whom, Lotta Hart, was actively looking for this woman to go in to Juan Carrata's room to get the scoop on it. What? And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with a knife and ripped off the button. Once I made sure that there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at the dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes toward him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with a knife and ripped off the button. So you were the one who stabbed the victim with that knife. It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body and moved on its own. Then, when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect. So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and then plant it in Mr. Ungard's Hakama? Yes, that's what I had planned to do. But things never go that smoothly, do they? Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. Also, there's something going on with when she plays with that card. I think it's supposed to be like a tell for her. That when she's like playing with the card is when she's making something up. Or something like that. Because she randomly does it, but it's also during like weird parts of her testimony. I don't know if they're setting something like that up or if it's just to show the card off as much as possible so you can realize like she had something to do with the kidnapping of Maya or something. I don't know. They're doing something really specific with that card besides, I think, trying to make it obvious that it has something to do with Maya. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. An inconvenience? There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway. I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lotta. There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth. That's Miss Old Bag for sure for you. I'd already had been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. And that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume. You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes. I took it from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case that day before the award ceremony. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes. Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there. And what is this secret? That I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the Nickel Samurai costume, people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume. I think we've heard enough. So after that, you went back to Mr. Ungard's room and planted the button? Into Matt's Hakama, yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it. My word. What does all this mean? Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Ungard. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Francesca, huh? She said that I should under no circumstances confess to what I had done. That if I just kept quiet, that Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words. What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer. Wait, Your Honor. The defense still... Right? Huh? It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. Cross-examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Edgeworth, please place Mr. Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. Caution will arrange for detention immediately. That is all. Court is adjourned for today. Okay, so Maya's then executed. What is going on? Today's trial. It's over. And I didn't win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I ask you something? Huh? Edgeworth? What is it? Before you leave court today, wonder if I might look at one thing? The card in your hand. It has my interest for quite some time now. His spikes are gonna go flat? Well, I mean, Maya's dead, so yeah. What exactly is it? Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright. I remember just now. I found this in the room on that day. The room? That day? Yes. I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there right next to him. You found that card next to the victim's body. I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if the card had any relevance to Juan's murder, right? How would you know that? What? It could have had fingerprints on it. It could be the calling card of a serial killer. It could have had a million different things that it could have been part of the murder. Yeah, I guess. What? But it's still a strange card if you ask me. Just, what? This. Bonk, bonk, bonk. We just start bonking everyone. But as far as clue to this case, I don't see why. What? Witness. That card, give it to me. Hurry. Edgeworth? You have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? This, I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. I didn't mean to. Sure you didn't. What is this all about? I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. Okay, that card. What in the world is it, and what does it mean? Okay, that's an odd place to throw down a to be continued. You like to save your progress? Yeah, I definitely would like to save my progress because I have no idea what is even happening right now. What? March 22nd, 5:24 p.m., Wright & Co. Law Offices. So it's later that same day. Mystic Maya, sniffle, sniffle. There, Pearls. I can't take it anymore. Wah. Look, it'll be alright. Everything may still work out. The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict. And so far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. It won't because Mr. Engard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Nah. Sniffle, sniffle. Cheer up. We don't have any time to stand around crying. We have to get going. You're right. Mystic Maya is in much more pain than I am. Yes, that's right. So, hey, you guys. Glad I caught you, pal. Mr. Scruffy Detective? Oh boy. Like Detective Gumshoe. Has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearl's book now. Just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now. And I came to talk to you, pal. But we're kind of busy right now? Alright. The future. What? Okay, hold on. Are we about to do a weird time travel switcheroo? Is that the twist? Are we doing some kind of weird time travel twist? Hold on a second. The future? So, what are you going to do from now on? What do you mean, pal? Well, you've been fired, right? So, do you have a new job lined up yet? Oh, that? What am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming in it at all until my next payday. What are you talking about? You don't have another payday? I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal. Say what? You'll be searching for things that will prove Mr. Engard's innocence all day, right? Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright time traveler? Why not? Well, yeah. So yeah, I'm going to help you, pal. I've got lots of experience in investigating and watching other people's places. And I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all. Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things. Is that our new assistant? Ah, okay. By the way, what's your best dish? Instant noodles, pal. Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy food? What is happening? We do understand that Maya was going to be executed if we did not get a not guilty verdict today at the trial. We have every reason to believe that Maya is dead. That Maya was killed as soon as this trial ended. We have every reason to believe that. And we're sitting here having a conversation about what kind of food Detective Dick Gumshoe, formerly Detective Dick Gumshoe, is going to cook now that he works at our office. What is going on? Edgeworth? That was the first time I've ever seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that. Never thought he'd say something like that. He didn't care if Miss Andrews killed herself. He said that? That's horrible. Well, because of him doing that, we got the truth finally. Truth? Miss Andrews' last testimony. I wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself. But I still think there's something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing. You mean about that thing, pal? Why would you want to, almost need to frame Mr. Ungar? Couldn't figure that out from anything she said all day. Huh? Then you're saying that testimony was a lie? Not a lie per se, it just feels like there's more here than meets the eye? Or that's what Edgeworth would like us to believe. It's such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor was better than that. Jessica Von Karma. Speaking of Miss Von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Was she shot this morning? It's true. That's what they claim. Francesca. Miss Von Karma was shot today on the way to the Terrail by a pistol, pal. But she's going to be fine, right? I mean, Edgeworth said she was in stable condition, but... Well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there. They should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital. Which one? What? Are you going to visit her, pal? No, well, I was kind of thinking about it. Hey, you actually got a heart, don't you? She looked like she was being tortured to death, not being able to go to the trial today. Maybe it'd be good for her if you went and let her whip you for a bit, pal? Hold on, hold on. I want to go into this with a clean palette of what she's about to say. Because they give Pearl the most inappropriate lines to say. Okay. Let's go let her whip us, Mr. Nick. Oh my god. You can't have an 8-year-old say that. Don't bonk me, they wrote it. I'm just reading what they wrote. Now I'm definitely not going. Let's see. The name of the hospital. Oh yeah, the Hottie Clinic? The Hottie Maybe it's Hoity Clinic? I mean, it's gotta be Hoity Clinic. Like hoity-toity clinic. Like hoity-toity clinic, yeah. Can't be Hottie, that would be weird. Name sends a chill down my spine. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. Alright. I'm not really worried about stuff going on in the room. Could you please take a look at this? I can't think of anything to say about this, pal. I don't want to make you use some instant noodles instead. That's okay, really. Okay. That clinic was from the Morgan Le Fay case. Yeah. That's the one that has the weird, creepy guy who pretends to be the head of the hospital and did the emergency plastic surgery on the nurse who was involved in the scandal where a bunch of patients died. It's just, why was she taken to that hospital when part of the lore of that hospital was that it was out near where the accident happened? Which implies that it happened far away from, like, this area. That's really strange to me. It was implied that that hospital was out kind of by itself. That's really weird. Alright, I'm just gonna move. Let's just... And go back to the hotel lobby, criminal affairs department, or the hoity-toity clinic. Alright, to the hotel lobby, I guess? I'm curious to see if there's anything actually going on here. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel lobby. Alright, Mr. Nick. Let's go look for clues. We have to, for Mystic Maya's sake. You shall not pass. Gas. In this old bag? Don't devalue my name and turn into a gas. If I get here... Petty fogger? Petty fogger? What is a petty fogger? What? Because of you, I've been made to look like the bad guy. Oh, hold on. Looked like the bad guy again, although I did get a piece of gum from Edgy Boy, just as he promised. But what I really want is something much more valuable. I want Edgy Pose's heart. All your fault. You've awakened the wild beast inside of this old bag. Arrgh! What? Miss Old Bag? Keep your hands off me. This helmet is airtight. No air gets in or no air gets out. That's why do you keep putting it on? Don't think you can get it. Oh, maybe that's supposed to be her breath then. She wants the edge, yeah. So maybe that's supposed to be her breath fogging up the window then? Not a cigarette. That must be what it is. Don't think you can get me to move with silly questions. You're going to have to defeat me if you want to get by. I'm not hearing this. What? Night of the murder? Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. Ha. You're a million light years too early to be asking me questions, whippersnapper. Alright, looks like the only way I'm going to get away investigating done is to first do something about this kooky alien. Okay. What? Okay, so I guess... Okay, let's go to the Criminal Affairs Department. March 22nd, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Wow, everybody looks really busy with something or another. They're probably strengthening the evidence for tomorrow's trial. Hey, hurry up with that, will ya? Pass the victims list around. Gotta be kidding, there's over 100 people on here. What? Mr. Nick? Mr. On Guard really that big and bad of a criminal? Actually, Pearls, never mind. It sounds like they're working on a different case. Yeah. A little bit. Oh, we can go to the detention center. See if we can talk to our client. March 22nd, detention center visitors room. From what the guard told me, sounds like along with Mr. On Guard, Miss Andrews is also being detained here. We should talk with them since we're here. Yeah, but both of them are still in questioning. And we don't have time to waste. Yeah, visiting hours are almost over. Oh, alright. Let's go back to our house. Why are you laughing, you idiot? And then we'll go to the Hoity Clinic. March 22nd, Hoity Clinic, reception. Never thought I'd ever come back to this place. Yes, are you here to visit a patient? I wish... Like, seeing this guy literally makes me want to just stop playing this right now and do something else. Like, everything about this bothers me. Hi. Wait a second, you're... yes, I'm Director Hoity. Ho-ho. Why are you still here? Yes, what is it? Can I help you? Can you tell me, yes? Director Hoity? Edgeworth? Yes, I'm Director Hoity. Ho-ho. Oh, you're the man from this morning. Yes, what is it? Oh, huh? Director Francesca? How is Francesca von Karma? You don't need to worry. Yes, she's in good hands. Because you see, I'm personally taking good care of her. Yes, he. Yes, and that thing, that surgery, it went well. You have my gratitude. Looks like Edgeworth doesn't know about this director and his secret. She looks so pitiful, absolutely terrified. Yes. But I understand. Yes. Her opponent was a gun, after all. When I snuck up on her, real secret-like, she would scream really loud. Yes. I see. But she's really cute, too. When I do that, she'd whip me with her whip. What did I cry like a baby? Yes, but I think I could get used to it. Oh! Get back to your room. You're so mean. So mean, my frisky Friska. Okay. Yes, it's time for my IV drops. Yes. I guess they didn't want to pay for... Fair enough. Yeah, I just... one time of the gimmick of like, yeah, there's a weird wily patient that pretends to be the head of this clinic is one thing. When you have a reoccurring character who is committing a horrific crime, that's not funny or interesting anymore. That's just messed up. It's a one-time gimmick that needs to be rectified immediately. The fact that that man's not arrested for pretending to be a doctor and giving out like weird false medical advice, which I think is still a crime. I assume it's a crime. Bothers me to no end. Von Karma. And what are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Arg, I knew I shouldn't have come here. Can we just leave? The shooting. I guess we have to talk to her. I wasn't shot in the front courthouse in my right shoulder. But it's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. I mean, I had full intentions of running the trial this morning. But that would have been too much for you. There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know. Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding, one has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case. It was the only logical course of action given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. But by taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made. I think I know what deal he is referring to. The deal. Miss Von Karma, you made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. Ongard, you told Miss Andrews to not testify in court today. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof that I made such a deal? You're denying it? It looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix Wright. If I had been in court today, this trial would have already be over. All while hiding Miss Andrews' own crime? That isn't my problem, whether she had tampered with the evidence or not. I have only one objective, to find Ongard guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The end justifies the means. Miss Von Karma, Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then Ongard will be found guilty. And what does that have to do with me? Because of that, she is now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. That still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person, that's all. But you had to know she was... Ow. I think visiting hours here are about over. So if you excuse me... What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off? Probably because she thinks I had the advantage in that argument. Edgeworth? What do you... Okay, I guess we're talking to Edgeworth now. Today's trial. What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far... but she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, Wright. The courtroom is a garden of judgment. I'm putting myself on the line when I stand in there. And that's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. Adrian's card. By the way, Edgeworth, you were really angry in court today. That's rare for you. Witness that card. Give it to me. Hurry. Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? This, because I can't believe you did this from me all this time. That card. What in the world is it? You mean this? Listen, Wright. This is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this. A special investigation team has existed for a number of years. Few knew of it. I understand. Their task is to find the owner of this card. A man called Shelly the Killer. Okay, so I called it this was his calling card. Alright. And just as his name states, he is a killer, an assassin, the best at that. An assassin? Placed next to the victim at the time of the murder, Miss Andrews was carrying it. Picture card added to the court record. Okay, the assassin. So is this Shelly the Killer? The Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins. Long-standing? The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelly is the professional name of the third heir to the Killer name. So because his professional name is Shelly, he leaves cards with a shell on them? He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims. Why would he do something like that? You think it's a part of his duty to his clients? His duty? If he leaves a card, then his client can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients. I see. The killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. It seems that this is one of the honorable assassins with a moral conscience. I guess that even honorable assassins can exist. So you think this assassin, you think he's one who did the killing in this case? It would appear that way. Discovery of this card basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree? Shelley to kill her, huh? Maya's situation. I noticed something at the trial today. We were behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter? I guess I should tell him. Maya, she's been kidnapped. Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want? An acquittal. I see. I had no idea. I'll prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow. Really? Do you hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth is going to... I'm trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity. Mr. Nick? There's no way you can find her. You don't even have a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way. Right? Listen, you need to know something. Juan Corrado was killed by Shelley to kill her. And the client who ordered the job is Matt on guard, your own client. How could you possibly know that? Please, stop. I can't listen to you. I can't believe that. I see. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you'll need this. What is it? The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only. We are looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelley to kill her. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they will let you enter. Letter of introduction added to the court record. Retrieved from Edgeworth. Allows Barry to freely investigate the crime scene. In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again if anything should happen. Now, if you'll excuse me. Mr. Nick, do you think Mr. On Guard hired an assassin? No way. I mean, he doesn't have a Psylocke. Yeah, I guess not. Maya? Please, all I ask is you to make it home, safe and sound. Date unknown, time unknown, location unknown. Hehe. I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. Oh my god! The Edge knows all? No. What if she's dead? What if we're playing her as a ghost? She doesn't know she's dead. That's why the card's there. It's because they left the card next to the dead body of Maya. And we're playing her as a ghost and she doesn't realize it yet. Because of her mystic Maya powers. So this whole time we've been playing her as a ghost because she's already dead. Oh my god, is that the twist? Is she already dead and we're playing her as a ghost? Even though he said he was an assassin. I bet he's just making that up, like how Nick does with everything in court. Anyway, let's try out the card trick with this card I just found. Click. Sounds like I got the door open. Okay, time to go take a look around. Okay. I've unlocked the door with this card. I should probably go and take a look around. There's all sorts of things piled up here, but it's too dark to see. Oh, that's right. I think if they go that angle, they'll just have to have it being her having an out-of-body experience, like astral projection. Could be. Date unknown, time unknown, location unknown. The satellite dish, digital broadcasting in her room. There's a bear. What is this place? Got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Apparently he has a dog. There's a picture of someone on the desk, or on the coffee table. Little microcomputer. Not sure what this is. Headphones, maybe? It's kind of hard to tell from this angle. Are those videos over there? Well, I'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way I can show them to Sis, maybe get out of here. Okay, we gotta look at the door first. Ugh, locked. Of course. It doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. It's a little hole at the bottom of the door. Only it was a little skinnier, then maybe I'd be able to crawl through there. Maybe look outside to see if you can kind of tell where you're at? Maybe? That's weird. What's a figurine doing on a sofa in a place like... It's a teddy bear, not a figurine. I think it's a bear? Wait, is it sitting up or not? If it's sitting up, it might be a figurine, but here it's like slumped over like it's soft. I think it's a bear. Aw, how cute. but it's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. Wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something? Okay. There's a framed picture sitting on this coffee table. Wait, isn't that... Isn't that her? Isn't that Celeste Impact? That looks very similar to Celeste Impact. There's a framed picture sitting on this coffee table. It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Hey, it looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, with love. Yeah, Celeste Impact. Okay. I bet this could be a clue. Oh, hey, it's a computer. I've never really used one before. I have no idea where the power switch on this thing is. Drat, there goes my plan to use this somehow to get out of here. Okay. What is this thing? An antenna, I guess? And this is a VCR? There's sure a lot of electronic gadgets here. What is an antenna doing here? Oh, this is simply will not do. Gonna have you wandering around at will. Ah! It seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you. He is? For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you. Ways? You mean... Dead men tell no tales is how the saying goes, correct. Dead? I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting I am an assassin. No way, you're lying. I mean, an assassin? People are not always who they appear to be. No. Oh, Nick. March 22nd, 7:04 p.m. Hottie Clinic reception. Mr. Nick? Oh, yes, pearls. I caught up in my thoughts about Maya's situation. Mr. Edgeworth has left, you know. I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Mr. Ungard. I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright, let's get going, too. Okay. So what was the point of saying that you need an acquittal today if you're not going to actually follow through with the execution? I guess just to add unnecessary tension? This patient undergoing rehabilitation. Wasn't that patient standing in the same spot the last time you came to visit? Hoity, doesn't look like they're moved any closer to the reception desk. Huh. Is this clinic really doing anything? Is that patient really getting better? Hey, don't just get caught up in my monologue like that. I'll explain things here. I'm explaining things here. Sorry. Yes. Sorry. Yes. Okay, no, we're leaving. I can't do that. I'm not dealing with that guy. No. Okay. Oh, wait. Can I present you this new stuff? Oh, yeah. Do you know anything about this card? Edgeworth, for some reason, went pale the instant he saw this card. Hey, I know what this is, pal. You do? No matter what you look at it, I'd say it's a picture of a shell. That's it? Oh, yeah, that's right. Mr. Edgeworth really likes those cooked snail things. What are they called again? Escargot or something like that? Mr. Nick, I think we just solved the mystery of why Mr. Edgeworth's face turned pale, right? As I suspected, Gumshoe has no clue. Also, he knows what Edgeworth's favorite food is, because they're dating. Let's see. Do you know about this? Could you please? No? I guess not. Okay. Like, they're not even being subtle about it. They're very clearly shipping them. Like Edgeworth called him, was the only one Edgeworth was still talking him onto the phone even though he's been missing for a year. They talked about how him and Edgeworth were hanging out a lot at Edgeworth's house off, like, duty and stuff. The only thing they've done to even remotely indicate that Gumshoe would be interested in women is that during the first trial with the female cop, they mentioned that he mentioned that she was cute, which is fine because he could be into both. Just, I don't know. Maybe they're trying to, maybe for the time it was considered too risque or something. Okay, that was the only other new stuff I got. Hotel lobby, criminal affairs department. I think I had to go through the criminal affairs department. Yeah, to get to the detention center, where we wanted to talk to our client. March 22nd, detention center visitors room. I'm sorry, but visiting hours are over for today. Aw. Arg. I have too many questions I need to ask. Sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer from one of the... You're Mr. Wright, you say? Oh, yeah. There's a message here for you. A message? It's from Matt Ungard. Ah, here you are. What did he write? Is it something really important? I don't know. Well, let's see what it has to say. Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Oh, Mr. Wright? So actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Shu. I didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Shu for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, alright? This is terrible. Let's hurry. We have to feed his cat. I'm sure poor Shu's stomach is growling by now. Yeah, I guess. Matt's note jammed into my pocket. It's not even added to the... A client's request is a request. I guess I should go check up on his cat? So it's not even put into the court record. It's literally just put into my pocket? Well, they added it to the court record. That's a little way down from the hotel. Okay, how do I transition? I guess we go to the hotel lobby. And then I guess we go to the living room? Wouldn't the door be locked? Ungard Mansion living room. Sure is dark. Let me go turn on a light. Whoa. Wow, so this is what a star's house looks like. Wow, that is an incredibly inconvenient place to keep a motorcycle. Wow, so this is what a star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich. Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's find Shu, the kitty cat. Shu! Well, there's... They added a cat sound effect, which is interesting. So I guess this is Shu. Aw, what a lovely cat. Hello, Shu. Tee-hee. The cat seems to like pearls. Pardon me. Oh, it's the assassin. Huh? May I help you with something, mister? Oh, we're lawyers? Actually, I'm Mr. Ungard's lawyer. The master's... Then you must be Mr. Wright? Yes? Ah, it's a pleasure to meet you, your wonderful self. I'm the family butler, John Doe. Really? John Doe? Nice to meet you. Meow. Classic. So, is Phoenix gonna question why his client sent him here to feed his cat if he has a butler? Are we gonna question that? Matt Ungard. You must know all sorts of things about Mr. Ungard, right? Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder. Anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master or his affairs. How typically butler-like, as it were. John Doe. Mr. Doe, how long have you served as at this residence? Well, sir, I would have to say maybe about 1 year. Anything else? No, not especially. It's not appropriate, himself and his affairs. No? I would have thought Mr. Ungard the kind to have a maid over a butler. Yeah, fair. Shu? That's a very cute cat you've got here. It is my duty to take care of him. The master's rather fancies Shu. Anything else? No, not especially. It's not appropriate for a lonely servant to speak of the family cat? Well then, I guess I don't need this piece of scrap paper anymore. Matt's note crumpled into a ball and thrown away. Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now. Oh, we should probably get going ourselves. Ah, so young and yet already so accomplished, a master of law. But also a lot to be proud of being a butler, in charge of the house and all. Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Wow, yeah. It's foreshadowing? I don't know what... I guess like a dark joke or something? By the way, he doesn't exactly blend in with the face stitches. Now, if you'll excuse me. Can I Can I, like... There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick. Wait. Is that where Maya's at? I bet it's for Mr. Engard's cat to use. Oh, you mean shoe? The door. It's locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep nosy people like me from entering it. What is going on? Oh, well, no, because that guy said he was the assassin. Is it going to turn out that On Guard is actually the assassin and that is actually just his butler? But why would he send us to this house to feed his cat if he knew he had a butler? Ah, there are masks here. Yeah, that one in the middle is the Steel Samurai. The ones next to that are Pink Princess and the Evil Magistrate. They fought many battles against the backdrop of Neo Oldie Tokyo. Oh, you really know a lot about the Steel Samurai, Mr. Nick. I don't know whether to laugh or cry that I know more about that show than a kid. Well, that's Pearl. Pearl's only been watching, like, one channel her whole life, and that's, like, children's advanced theater mechanics or something. Oh, there's a giant cooking at her hearth here. That's actually a fireplace. How are they different, Mr. Nick? You know, I've never actually seen a hearth before, come to think of it. You should come and visit Faye Manor, then. I'll show you one when you do. Fair. Because all we ever did was go to the temple. We never actually went to her house. Where I guess she lives alone, now that I think about it. It's a very comfortable and spacious lounge set. I wonder if famous stars drop by and sit around and have a good time. In any case, I don't really belong here, do I? Arg, what's it with me and feeling inferior today? Hmm? A giant bicycle is flying through the air? That bicycle, Pearls, is one where you don't have to pedal, and it moves on its own. Really? Wow. Sorry to disappoint you, it can't fly. Oh, that's too bad. Does she not see the strings? Maybe they're supposed to be implying with this, like, outline that these are very hard to see, like, special effects strings, I guess? There's another door over there. You shouldn't go wandering over there, Mr. Nick. Yeah. Yes, Pearls. Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her to stop playing around. Can I pick up the note, please? Can I re-pick up the note? It's going to be kind of important. Can I please pick up the note? It's so important. Why are we not questioning this? Okay. I guess we'll go back to the hotel. I guess, do I need to present, I guess, the past to you? Letter of introduction. Maybe if I show her this letter I got from Edgeworth. Miss Old Bag. Do you look at it? What? You want me to look at this worthless piece of, Edgy poo? Oh my god. Is that her perfume? Pheromone d'Amour I smell? Shudder. Let's see her. Let's see here. Wow. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth. Yours truly? That man's got an good at flattery. Fine. But only because Edgy Poo said so. You understand? Letter of introduction given to Miss Old Bag. I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. Do anything bad and I won't let you off the hook. Looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth. That may be, but you know, nothing's going to come of it. That's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared. Ow. Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. Oh, she's slapping us? So anyway, let's continue our investigation. Okay. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Okay. Ack. What? What now? One little thing, before I forget. You cannot go into Engard's room today. Why? The police's main investigation is going to be there all day, you hear? I wonder if they're the team in charge of investigating the killer. So I'm gonna go in there. Step one foot in there and you'll face the wrath of Windy Old Bag. Alright. Examine. It's the stage where they're going to use for the post-ceremony stage show. There was supposed to be a press conference, but the press conference, it was really the victim, Juan Corrado, trying to disclose something about Mr. Ungard. But they're both heroes. Why would they do something so unheroic? They may look like heroes on the outside, but on the inside, they're only human. These cameras must belong to the press that came to cover the conference, all basically doing the same thing, staring at an empty stage. Alright, I guess we're just gonna move on. Oh, the Viola Hall hasn't been cleaned up, apparently. All this food is still sitting out here from, like, a couple days ago. Gatewater Hotel, Viola Hall. Looks like we're the only ones here. And yet, the hotel seems so busy somehow. Probably because the police team is scouring for clues about the killer. This sure is one luxurious hotel, almost to the point of gaudy, with how it blends together everything fancy imaginable. Speaking of fancy, didn't the bellboy give me something like that last year? Okay, so it doesn't seem like anything... Wanting a meal with Mystic Maya again. Yeah, me too. Whenever I watch Mystic Maya eat like she does, makes me happy about eating, and then I can eat a lot. Well then, how about after we wrap up this case, we all go out for a huge 20-course feast. Okay, let's work really hard then. All this is doing is making me hungry, and I technically already ate dinner. The award ceremony was held on that stage. It was really fabulous. You just reminded me of the circus for a second. I wonder if everyone is alright. I heard that Barry Big Circus just recently started holding performances again. Sure, they're all fine, Pearls. Like, I ate dinner. Like, I'm trying to watch my calorie intake a little bit. Like, I can eat an unhealthy... Like, well, I mean, you've all seen it. You know what it looks like when I eat, and it's not okay. So I have to kind of pace myself. But, man, do I get hungry a lot. I will 100% that I am like a food addict or something. That is such a beautiful sight. The chandelier? Yes, but I can't believe it. Can't believe that such a terrible murder happened under such beautiful lights. Shocking. Like, I'm craving pizza. Like, super hard. Like, unbelievably hard am I craving pizza. There's a grand set of doors over there. It's the doors Maya followed the bellboy out of, only to disappear. If only we had all gone together. Pizza sounds nice. I haven't had any for a while now. You made me want some. Oh no. Well, what did you have for dinner, Ika? Have you had dinner yet? If you hadn't had dinner, you can go get some pizza. I had Del Taco for dinner. We haven't really talked about food lore lately. Like, I haven't eaten anything interesting in a while. Like, I haven't seen any cool deals anywhere, or, like, interesting, like, tie-in foods or anything, like, adventurous to eat. So it's mostly just been fast food for me. I just had dinner, some frozen Mexican-style street corn that I added extra cheese to. That sounds on point for you. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Mexican street corn is good. I don't know if I could make a whole meal out of it. I might need a little bit more protein in there for myself, but yeah, I just had Del Taco. They have some amazing, what do they call them now? Like queso tacos or something like that. And it's just a taco shell with cheese in it around a regular, like, carne asada or chicken taco, but they're delicious. I don't know why they're so good, but... So I had that. I was trying to eat something lighter, and that's a lot less calories than what I usually eat on Sundays after work, which is usually Carl's Jr., so... I'm like, I'll try to go lighter with the calories. I'm trying to lose a little bit of weight. I'm starting to feel too heavy. I don't like it. But I don't want to... Wait, there's more stuff to investigate here? They haven't cleaned up all the food yet. There's a sad feeling hanging in the air now that the party is over. Yeah. I have dinner plans tomorrow. Then I have stream on Tuesday, so I can't do that. Wednesday would be the first day I could have free time to go eat pizza. So I'll have to wait till Wednesday. Okay, so there doesn't seem like there's anything new going on here. Down to the hallway. March 22nd, Gateway Hotel hallway. Hey, city boy, what is Lotta doing here? Lotta, you're still here? Wrecking course. An investigative photographer eats or starves on her ability to snap up the scoop, yeah? And this hotel just has the aura of mystery. You know, like something's always about to happen. But, do you have a camera? Wreck given. A photographer's gotta have cameras out the ear like corn to be a real pro, you know? So I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feeding the mouth, do you have mine, you beard thief? You bread thief? Why can't you drop that thief thing already? I guess present the camera to her? Would you please take a look at this? Oh, sorry, no one sees the hand towel. What? A steaming hand towel? You went for my eyes. Today ain't got a good day for my eyes to be looking at stuff. How convenient. Maybe I'll have to use that one next time you show me something. Okay. See, this feels... Okay, so they took the picture... I don't know. Everything about that photo they showed of the crime of the... Where is it? This? I guess the bear's behind them? I guess that's why we can't see the bears that they're presenting otherwise? I guess that's what it is. Huh. I don't know, that picture still seems a little odd to me, but... There are toilets in each of the rooms in this hotel, but since all the sorts of events are held here, bathrooms for people who are trying to stay here as used, perfect for people like me who can't afford to stay stay here in the first place. There's a piece of paper taped to the door that says Mountain Guard's room. The lady told us about this, didn't she? That we can't go in this room tonight? I wonder if an investigation briefing is going on right now inside. So that Detective Gumshoe. Oh, I thought you said we couldn't go into Juan Corrado's room, but alright. There's a piece of paper taped to the door that says Juan Corrado's room. That's the scene of the murder, I reckon. I thought something had gone on that night, but I never think it was murder. Okay. Compared to the flowers on the other side of the hall, these are much more gorgeous. Although, other than the sunflowers and tulips, I have no idea what any of them are. Mr. Nick, what's this flower called? A sunflower, I think. This flower over here is pretty, too. That's a tulip, I guess. Calling everything a sunflower or a tulip, don't reckon even little kids fall for that. Okay, bear. Aw, how lovely. Teddy bear looks happy to be surrounded by so many beautiful flowers. Those really seems to like teddy bears a lot. Ah, wonder if Lotta also... I didn't touch them. Wasn't me, I tell you. I give you my word. Why do I get the impression Lotta helps herself to one of them? Mr. On Guard from the Global Studio staff. Ah, it'd be nice if lawyers got flowers too. Something like, Mr. Wright, all your grateful clients. Alright, I think we're good then. Night of the murder. I want to ask you about the night of the murder? What? You really gonna shell out the bucks for that info I got? Lotta, you were loitering in this hallway the night of the murder, were you not? Well, kinda, but... Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time. You know, followed a few stars around, got a few autographs, shook a few hands, had a soda pop with a few of them too. Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night. The security lady also wasn't in this hallway the whole time either. I guess this means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night. Alright, so they completely lied about that too. Alright. Scandal. So, about this note that was inside your camera case? Oh, that ditty I wrote? Yeah, can I believe what you've written? You mean the stuff about On Guard shoving his manager lady onto Karada? Yeah. Well, I reckon you best not be believing that. What? Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know? Writing whatever came to mind. Whatever came to mind? Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bull daughters. Bull daughters? Bull dooters? Hey, what's with you? Why are you staring at me like my grandpa used to? Well, hey, and why do you look like you suddenly got older too? Or am I just shrinking here? What? Camera? Ah, my baby. My $1,600 baby. What's with that red-coated prosecutor anyway? The guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me. Well, that's kind of how it is. Hey, you're that red-coated's friend, aren't you? So put in a few good words for me and get me back my camera. You want me to do what? Listen, nag the guy real good for about 5 hours, and I'll guarantee he'll give it back. Why don't you do your own dirty work? Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. Tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid. Huh? Yeah, I guess so. Keep yourself together out there, hear ya? Ya hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow. Oh, okay, I'll see you then. And you too there, little one. Keep up the good work, okay? Okay. Don't be picky about your food now. Okay. And make sure you do all your homework, you hear? Okay. And if you happen to find yourself a camera, make sure you bring it right to me. Would you please just leave already? I don't know. I'm still torn about Lotta. And Kurata's hotel room. Actually, I'm just realizing where... Oh, I forgot to read the time and date and stuff. Unknown. Mr. Nick? What is that otherworldly ghastly moaning? Nerve. Off. It's a zombie? That would be an awesome twist. I hate evil ghosts. What? You are in the wrong life. You are living in the wrong life if you hate ghosts. Your job is to literally talk to ghosts. I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon? Excuse me. Watch who you're calling a demon, brat. Ah, zoinks. It's the alien. Who are you calling an alien? Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. Oh, it's just you, Miss Old Bag. What are you doing here? What's wrong with you youngins today? I came down here to pay my respects to my poor Juan, and you're disturbing me. What? Night of the murder. Please talk to me about the night of the murder just one more time. I talked about it plenty at the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by that fraud of a photographer and her note. She was loitering around here with that imbecilic look on her face. That's a word. That imbecilic look on her face? Okay, got it. Now hold on a second there, you little pipsqueak. If you're going to take notes, at least make me sound better than that. Oh, alright. I've seen everything. But you know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. Words? Yeah. Can't blame that on me. That was their weird word. So it's not like I had time to waste standing around here the whole night. Memories of Kurata. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more about Kurata. He was the most popular star, you know, especially where it counts, in my book. But I heard that he was lagging behind in the polls against Mr. Ungard. Well, that's just a recent thing. Bad luck and all that, you know. But he was going to become an even bigger star than he used to be. Look, just look at this mountain of presents. To show the mountain of feelings all his fans had for him. Yeah, the mountain is pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at. Mr. Nick? What is it, Pearl? The presents, they're all bears, right? She's got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear. Again, the bears and the bear that was on the couch inside of that room where Maya was being held. Presents. All of Mr. Kurata's presents from his fans seem to be bears? Oh, that's because you can't think of one without thinking about bears. Bears? Why bears? You don't know? When my dear Juan was training, he fought barehanded with a bear. He refused to give in and let the bear win, but after the fight, they became friends. Wow, what a heartwarming story. No, that's not the correct answer. Look, it's just like in those young people's dramas. I can see those two tuckered out, drawn down by a river going, you sure can fight. You too, bub, you too. All that really happened? It's in his biography, bub. What a load of crock. So ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents. Yeah, nice. Bears. Growl. I'm Uncle Bear, and I say it's barely 8 o'clock. What? What is that infernal racket? One of the presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m. Way past your bedtime. Irk. That startled me. I thought I was going to die for a second. 8 p.m.? That's the time when the award ceremony ended that night, remember? I'm sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. Beep, 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 beep. The transceiver. Beep. Hello? Hello? This is not a phone. Maya? How is Maya? You haven't hurt her, have you? Seems you were not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. Huh? I've heard the news. So it would seem my present did you no good. No! Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! One more day, please. All I ask is for one more day. I'll get a not really sure thing this time, please. I suppose if I must, I need that acquittal more than anything else, after all. Please let Maya say something. I want to hear she's alright. Alright, hiss, then hiss, a little... What is with this static all of a sudden? Hello? Hello? Seems hiss, bad, hiss, connect. Darn it, did the transceiver just suddenly break? Excuse me, is... Beep. What happened? I don't know. All of a sudden it became nothing but static. Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya. Also the fact that he had he had that big, the big satellite dish, and also they mentioned that his house is close to the hotel, implying that the like 4-mile radius or 10-mile radius or whatever on these walkie-talkies would function inside of the hotel, but maybe not anywhere else. Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? Should probably have an electronic expert look at it. The sooner the better. Do we know someone like that? Do you know anything about this? I don't have anything to say to it's like you. Grr, she's climbing up like an old clam she is. Please, anything would be helpful. Well, then how about I tell you my measure? Oh, okay, I don't need that. Alright, so there's not really much new going on here. It's a beautiful wine glass, and there's tomato juice in it. Ew, tomato juice. I don't really like it much. Bottle of it on the table over there. That's probably where this came from. Looks like Mr. Connor had dinner that night. This bottle, it's tomato juice. He had a lot of food at the award show that night. I wonder if the stars have gone on stage after only eating a meager meal like this. You mean a giant T-bone or whatever? Okay, I guess I'm confused on what I'm supposed to be looking for. So messy here. Girls really likes things neat and tidy, I take it. There are a lot of electronic things in here that I'll never seen before. Hey, Mr. Nick, tell me what they are, pretty please. Okay, there over there is a watch. Wear on your wrist. I know what a watch is. Oops. For a second there, I forgot I was talking with Pearls, not Maya. I guess Maya doesn't know what a watch is? That's odd. Wow, there are a lot of bears. Alarm clock ones, collector's edition, stuffed teddies, plastic models. It's pretty overwhelming. Is there any kind of bear he doesn't have? Even a few in the trash can. Yeah, I'm getting the feeling maybe the guy didn't really like bears. Poor Teddy. Hard to bear. Okay, yeah, I don't need this clown in my life. I don't think I ever bear with a trauma that last case caused. What's wrong, Mr. Nick? Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to be adding to this situation. You know anything about this? No. Anything about this? Nope. It doesn't seem like we've got anything new from this. Other than the alarm going off at 8. I wonder if... Hold on. What happens if I go back to the living room? Nothing? I still don't understand why we're not questioning the fact that he asked us to feed his cat, but he has a butler. We're not questioning that at all? Like, not even a little bit? I guess we just go back to the office? March 22nd, Wright & Co. Law Offices. Hey, welcome back, pal. I thought I'd make you a little something for dinner. That's nice, thanks. A rich man's luxurious full-course meal. Out of a can, that is. Sorry you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have the time to eat. Oops, looks like you don't have a can opener, pal. Gotta be kidding. And here I thought he had already whipped something up. Oh, I know. There's one way I know how to be helpful. Ask me about anything you want, pal. Go ahead. Well, he's here and offering. I wonder what I should try to asking him about. What? Like, ask him about anything? Like, what does he mean? The button? When I saw that button, I thought to myself, this is gonna prove Mr. Engard's guilty. It looks like there was a lot more to it than I thought, pal. You're a pro, you should know better than to say something like that. Well, not a cop anymore, just a regular helper around the office now, so... You're gonna be Mrs. working down at the precinct. Suicide reports? Could you please take a look at this? I think of anything to say about this, pal. It makes sense in noodles instead. It's okay. Knife? Who would have thought that this knife Mr. Engard used to eat his dinner steak with? Go on. That would be stabbed into the victim's body by Miss Andrews, of all people. I guess she just hated the victim that much, huh, pal? The question isn't why she hated the victim that much, to that extent, but rather, why she tried to pin the murder on Mr. Engard. I wonder if she really hates Mr. Engard. Oh, so this is Nickel Samurai was really Miss Andrews, huh? Yeah, this either was when she went to Mr. Engard's room to get the knife, or she was done with the foul deed, but I guess we'll never know. Okay, at least they're calling out the fact that the bear again. You got me with that one. I didn't expect that emote, Nico. At least they're calling out that the picture is kind of confusing because they don't really understand when it took place. So many bears. Yeah, that was a lot of bears. You're not wrong. About the guitar case? Could you please? Nothing about the guitar case. Okay. Newspaper? Nothing about the newspaper. You know anything about the press conference, maybe? Nope. Oh, do you know anything about this? A transceiver? Oh, Mr. Nick. You should ask Mr. Scruffy Detective about that thing. What thing? Oh, yeah. This thing just up and broke all of a sudden. It broke, pal? I was talking to the kidnapper. It just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this. Beep. I don't hear any static, pal. Huh? Maybe it fixed itself? That's strange. I'm sure it was making a loud static noise. Maybe what? Maybe it was electromagnetic interference, pal? Electromagnetic interference. Okay, can we talk about that? We can. So what is electromagnetic interference? It's something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal, pal. Oh, when you put it that way. I don't understand what you're talking about. Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen, stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting funny, right? Was that a problem? Was that a problem post, like, 1998 or something? Huh? Computer? It's like when you use the dryer next to the TV and the screen starts looking weird. Oh, yes, the TV does do that. So that's what you're talking about. She seems amazingly happy at being able to understand this. So the room you were in, when that interference to the transceiver happened, there's got to be something there that's sending out very strong radio waves, pal. Something like, like a listening device or something? Ah. Hey, speaking of that, where were you when it happened? Where we're in Mr. Kurata's room, the scene of the murder. What? That's it. I'm gonna sneak into the precinct and get a bug sweeper. I'll meet you at the crime scene later, alright, pal? Wait, Gumshoe. Oh yeah, baby. It's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah. We should be going too, Mr. Nick. All right, let's go. That's not... We can go to Hoity Clinic. It's not what I expected to happen. I don't know. I don't know what, Ika. Which thing? I don't... About the old computers. Oh, about the old computers and such. Yeah. I don't remember that ever being a thing, but I might not have owned a cell phone while that was still a problem. You know, that's something I don't think I've ever remember having a problem with. The closest thing to that was when the internet first started and all the internet went through the phone lines. If you were on the internet and someone called your house and someone answered the phone, it would cause the internet to stop working. So that was kind of an issue, but I don't know anything about like cellular phones. Now, I know magnets will 100% ruin an old TV. I did that once by accident when I was a kid, but I don't know about cell phones. I will haul in the hallway. Let me move it into Karada's hotel room. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel, Karada's hotel room. Hey, you're finally here, pal. Sorry to keep you waiting. You have the, bug sweeper? Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak in, pal. Then suddenly I'm staring at the precinct doors from the outside, I mean. So, yeah, I couldn't get one of the police bug sweepers. What do you mean you couldn't get one? We need that item. Hey, calm down, pal. Didn't say I didn't get one, just not the police's. Wow, so this is a bug sweeper? It looks a little broken. Hey, this was made when I was in elementary school, pal. Oh? By who? Me, of course. Ah, seeing this sure brings back memories. Hey, don't look down on it, pal. Sure, it looks a little beat up. But I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here. Your heart and soul? It'll work, trust me, pal. It'll do the job, but you can't set the sensitivity. So it's going to beep at anything that gives off electromagnetic waves. But isn't it better that way? Oh, well, anyway, since I brought it all this way, might as well give it a whirl, right, pal? I'm getting that sinking feeling again. Okay, now I'll tell you how to use this baby. There's a listening device or some other sort of bug hidden in this room, pal. So we're going to find it, right? Right. Now, first, let's turn the sweeper on. Next, move the sweeper around to give the room a real thorough looky-see. Looky-see, pal. The sweeper will let you know how strong of a signal it's picking up, so keep an eye on it, okay? Once you find something that's giving off a lot of radio waves, press Enter to look at it. To lock onto it. There's a lot of things here that's going to give off radio waves. Let's take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious. Okay, pal? Alright, I'm gonna go stand outside and keep an eye out. Give me a yell if you find the bug. Got it, pal? Well, that's the phone. Well, the phone is the most common place for a listening device, I'd say. Well, let's take the receiver apart first before we get ahead of ourselves here. Wow, you know a lot about electronics, don't you, Mr. Nick? Yeah, I know the tons, especially when it comes to taking them apart. It's my specialty. I'll leave the fixing part up to Gumshoe. So, is there a listening device in there? No. I really thought it had to be in the phone, too. Okay. And the lamp? Lamp check. Listening device? Nope. There are a lot of lamps in this room, aren't there, Mr. Nick? Yeah. They're all on. You shouldn't do that, Mr. Nick. Don't you know that that's wasteful? Ah, yeah. I'll be more conscious from now on. Sorry. Lamp. Nope. They're all on. I love that that's our fault. Nope. Is it like in this weird bear? Ah, what a lovely bear. Growl. Ah! Ah, this must be one of those fancy bear-shaped toy robots. It's a robot? It's a real robot? Yeah, it's a real one. Mr. Nick. Yes? How many horsepowers is it? How many horsies? What? horsies? Well, look, it's a bear, so, did we check it for a bug? I guess we didn't check it for it. Oh, the horsepower! Exactly. So much horsepower. How many horses can I fit in this bear? This bear, it'll hold all the horses. The radio's on and playing something. Oh, it's Kids Question Corner. Professor, why is the Earth round? Huh? Yes, why is it, Mr. Nick? Why don't you listen to the radio program a little more, Pearls? I have no idea. Okay. A cell phone. Nope, no bugs in here. A cell phone? What? Don't tell me you don't know what a cell phone is. I'm sorry, I've never seen one before. Now that she mentions it, my cell phone couldn't get any reception while I was staying in Karan Village. And Pearls has never lived outside of that village, so... Well, I guess I can't say it's impossible to live without one. Okay, so there's the lamp. Okay. A plain old calculator. It says 50 on it. Maybe he was calculating his allowance? All 50 cents. Maybe he was a spirit medium. Wow, there's a really delicious loaf of bread in here. Oh, it's a bread maker. It's a bread maker. It's 3-day-old bread made in a bread maker. Looks like it's been on keep warm all this time since the murder. Well, Mr. Scruffy Detective always says, gotta keep the trail and crime scene warm. I think the keep warm in this case is a little more metaphorical. I thought that was a rice maker, but... Well, it certainly looks like an alarm clock. What's wrong? Why do you look troubled? Just can't imagine the listening device being inside this alarm clock. It's just, sort of reminded me of something that happened a long time ago. Oh. Well, anyway, it looks like the listening device isn't in here. There was a listening device inside of a bear? I don't remember that. Doesn't seem to be anything going off the radio this way. Keep a careful eye on the bug super and let's try again. Super isn't exactly the best. We'll do with what we have, right? Pretty sure there's that's a rice maker, but it's been changed to bread maker to be more American. Probably. The remote? It's the TV's remote control, but it doesn't look like the listening device is in here. So I was thinking, I wonder if a TV remote works on other things, like, did I make you change your expression like TV channels? App? Hey. But if I could, oh, the people I would give the old mute button to. Well, I don't think it's going to work on me. Why don't we try it on Maya tomorrow, okay? Okay. I don't know if that was a misstatement or... or he was just trying to give her hope that Maya's not dead. There's no listening device in that notebook computer, huh? What's a notebook computer? Do you know what a notebook is? Yes, it's a small book with paper that you can write on, so... Well, that thing is like a notebook in a way. It's basically a small laptop. Mr. Nick, what's a laptop? Isn't that... I don't know. I don't want to argue with them. I'm not going to argue with them. Oh, giant bear? This is just a giant stuffed teddy bear, right? The biggest one I've ever seen. Hey, so did you guys find it yet? The listening device? I mean... No, not yet, but this bear's eye is... Let's see. A perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like you found the device to me, pal. Let's dig this big fella's eye out and see what we've got. No, you can't. Such a violent act. Oomph. Rip. No! Huh? It's a miniature camera. And it looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and a timer? A what? What emitter? A transmitter, pal. Oh, is this more of that high-tech stuff? We didn't... The level of understanding of Phoenix Wright's concept of knowledge is all over the place. Camera? Is this tiny thing is a camera? Yep, it's a pinhole CCD camera, pal. It's a small, high-grade video camera mostly used in security systems. So it's a video camera. Runs on a battery, which comes with it in a set. But there's no videotape in this camera. This is only the camera part here, pal. The tape recorder with the tape inside is somewhere else. Somewhere else? The footage is changed into a radio waves and then it's sent to the recorder. So it's sort of like a TV broadcast, isn't it? Hey, you know, you're right. Spy camera added to the court record. What? Set to record the victim's room from 8 p.m. for 1 hour. It's running at time of murder. This is getting really weird. Transmitter. So what is a transmitter? It's a device that sends the footage the camera took to a specific destination. Like a video version of a listening device, pal. Looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing. Oh, that's a timer, pal. You can set it to turn the camera on and record at a certain time with it. You can set it for a certain time? Yep. Let's see. This looks like it was set to start at 8 p.m. and go for 1 hour. 8 p.m.? That was the time of the award ceremony ended. There's no date set, so it's been recording every night, I guess. I'd guess. Mr. Detective, how long has this bear been here? I'm pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder. Then maybe this camera caught the murder on tape? What? And if you think about the angle this bear is at, it's bound to have had a clear shot of the whole crime, pal. Changes the footage taken by the spy camera into radio waves and transmits the data. Transmitter added to the court record. Well, yeah, that would explain the satellite in the room and the camera, the TVs and VCR. I'm just confused on why he's recording his murders? I mean, I guess it's proof to the people who hired him, but I thought that was the point of the card. This is getting really weird. Stuffed bear. So there was a camera in this bear's eye, and it was disguised as a present? And I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. It's pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind. But who gave Mr. Parada this present? I don't know, pal. But this means that someone out there's got a video of what happened here that night. This is a family assassin ring, I guess, to use as training videos? Could be. I don't know. It's really weird. I mean, this means that someone out there's got a video of what happened here that night. Isn't there any way we can find out who that person is? It's impossible, pal. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out. You can track radio waves. Oh, sniff. Is there really no way to find out? Stuffed bear added to the court record. I got it. What? Hey, pal, let me borrow this mini camera for a bit. What are you going to do? I'm going to go around to the electronic shops and see if I can find out who bought this. But that's impossible. I mean, it's already 9 p.m. Leave it to me. Even if I have to search all night, I'll find your man, pal. Spy camera and transmitter given to Detective Gumshoe. Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah! It's so weird that that's the thing they've added to Gumshoe's personality. He's gone. Yeah. Mr. Scruffy Detective sure is a nice man. He's pushing himself so hard, all for Mystic Maya's sake. It's a mystery how you always manage to do things in the most inefficient ways, right? You'll have to excuse me, I heard your conversation just now. Edgeworth? What are you doing here? A rescue team has been created and deployed. I can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward, one step at a time. I see, thanks. Don't thank me yet, we still have to find her. So, there was a spy camera hidden inside this stuffed animal, huh? You are one lucky man, right? Huh? You know this stuffed bear, little girl? I have no idea. Of course not. The maker of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade and only a small number of these are exported here. What? The camera and the transmitter that Scatterbrain Detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere. However, this bear is different. By tracking how it got into this country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is. Can he really do that, Mr. Nick? Can he really? Well, I guess so. It's 9 p.m. I think I can still make it in time. bear. Huh? I'll be taking this for now. I'm sure you'll have other things you have to do. Stuffed bear is snatched up by Edgeworth. See you soon, Wright? Wait. What? Why are you doing this? Huh? I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. But besides that, Wright, until court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Carrata? The real killer. Do you really still think it was Adrian Andrews? Be honest, I don't know anymore. You still have a little time left. Find the truth, Wright? Everything begins with the truth. Juan Carrata's real killer. It's Andrews passed. The kidnapper whose sole condition is an acquittal for Mr. On Guard. Why are you... And this card. Shelley the Killer. Edge is just taking a whole bear that's actually bear-sized. Yeah, he's just picking up and carrying it off, I guess. Maya, the only way I can save you now is to find all the answers to this case tonight. Don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth. But as you said, all I can do now, for now, is find the truth. To be continued. This is getting super weird. Save for progress up to this point? Yes. See, I didn't realize... I was thinking this wasn't going to be the final case on in the middle trip, like the middle module, but this actually might be. This has actually gotten weird enough now, I'm not sure. Because remember, the case at the end of the first module was really long and involved with taking down the demonic chief of police. March 22nd, 9:14 p.m., Gatewater Hotel, Carrata's hotel room. It's past 9 p.m. already, isn't it? I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has already found Mystic Maya. These things take time. I'd say probably not. Police are professionals, Pearls. He'll find her, so don't worry. We can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay. You're right. What's up, Pearls? The real killer. The real person who killed Mr. Carrata was that assassin? Mr. Shelley the Killer, right? And the card Miss Andrews found at the crime scene seems to be proof of that. But if that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who was the one that hired the killer to begin with? Who is his client? You mean, who asked for the murder? That person didn't want to dirty their own hands in blood. But whoever this client is, they're still a killer. The assassin's client. Who could have hired the assassin? You think it was Miss Andrews? I wonder. If she was a client, why go through the effort to stab the knife into the corpse herself? But if Miss Andrews wasn't the client, then no, it can't be. Matt Engard himself? Was it Matt? If Mr. Engard really did hire the assassin, then he is not innocent at all. Far from it. He'd be guilty of the crime. But it can't be Mr. Engard, right? I mean, when we first talked with him. Mr. Engard, I'd like to ask you one more question. Did you kill Mr. Juan Carrata? Alright, just so we're clear, dude. I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Carrata, okay? Oh, so that's how he's getting around it. It's because he didn't kill them. Someone else killed him for him. I didn't see any Psylocks at the time. Actually, that reminds me. Do you remember something, Mr. Nick? Yeah, something Miss Andrews said at the trial today. She said something interesting. Something interesting. So what is this interesting thing? Oh, that's right. You didn't hear it, did you, Pearl? Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. It looked like somehow Juan had in the hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Mr. Engard's secret? What is this secret? I don't know yet. But for now, let's think about it this way. Mr. Carrata was going to reveal this secret. That means Mr. On guard had plenty of motive to have Mr. Kurata silenced. Which means we may have to meet with Mr. On guard. There's no way around it now. Okay, I'm actually curious about something. So, the Nickel Samurai's costume was in here? Yeah. Can't believe Mr. Kurata went so far just to say bad things about Mr. On guard. Well, it was a press conference, so he had to go in costume. But weren't Mr. On guard and Mr. Kurata friends? They weren't friends. They couldn't be friends because they were rivals. So a rival is someone who is a strong enemy? Girls is really fired up over this, and I don't have an answer for her. Sorta. Bottles of cosmetics are scattered all over the floor. This is probably where Mr. Kurata fought his assailant. These glass shards are probably from the glass vase Miss Andrews knocked over. So that's a bed. Yep, it's big, but it's a bed. Ah, Mr. Nick, it's so soft. Easily children are entertained. And that's just a, you know, basic hotel. Or hotel? Hotel bed. Wow, there are a lot of bears. Alarm clock, okay. And a few in the trash can. Poor teddies. What's wrong, Mr. Nick? I love that they couldn't... You couldn't make this same art without this bear here after Edgeworth took it? Really? There are all sorts of things in this refrigerator. The carrot juice bottle, the tomato juice bottle are both empty. Empty? It's too much of a hassle to throw them away, I guess? All vegetable juices. I guess he must have been a real health nut. Oh. There's a beet, some ketchup, and a bottle of strawberry jam, too. Maybe red was his favorite color? Gonna shower now? Lurk? Okay, lurk away. Enjoy your shower. We're gonna be in the middle of ongoing investigations into this complete nonsense. Okay, I guess we're probably good to move. March 22nd, Gateway Water Hotel, hallway. Wow, it's really getting late, isn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, it's past 9 p.m. already. We still have some things to prepare for tomorrow's trial. There's still the matter of the secret Mr. Kurata held about Mr. On guard. And Miss Andrews' real intentions. There are two things I must know tonight. Aren't visiting hours over at the detention center? Sure we'll think of something, Pearls. Don't you worry. Yeah, we can't go into the other room yet. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel, Viola Hall. Also, I guess all that receiver information could also be used with Mattengard's weird phone watch. Huh? Hey, wait. What is it, whippersnapper? All I know is nothing that has anything to do with you is ever good. It's like now. I was handed this strange device for who knows what reason. And I was told to use it to search the whole hotel. That's the bug sweeper, isn't it? The one Gumshoe made? I don't know, and frankly, I don't care, but the request came from Edgy Poo, so... Edgeworth? And he said... If you feel angry, direct your anger at that unsophisticated lawyer. I'm going to feel free to direct all my anger towards you. Bug. Gee, thanks a bundle, Edgeworth. What a pal you are. Okay, bug sweeper. An absolute top secret. You had better keep it to yourselves. I heard they found a spy camera hidden in one of the presents. Very interesting. Sure it was, you know. To catch poor Juan in the middle of a scandalous meeting. Scandalous? What's that? It means, well, you know, that gossip that's been going around about my dear Juan. Oh, you mean that the thing about Miss Andrews? I'm sure she must have had some reason for getting close to Mr. Kurata. I'll let you know one other secret, youngin'. I know who planted that spy camera. It was that obnoxious, puffy-haired photographer girl. The nerve of some people. Spying on people by yourself says they wouldn't want to see it for myself, too. Wow, that alien actually admitted her true intentions for a change. I don't know what you're thinking exactly, but I can bet that's nothing good. I didn't say anything. Maud and Angel. So you want to know about Juan and that manager, right? Actually, as I hear it, they were something of a refreshing pair, those two. Oh? I tell you, Juan really welcomed that manager with open arms, I heard. That manager? Who are you talking about? You don't know? The manager woman Juan had? It's a shame she killed herself, though. Oh, you're talking about Miss Celeste Impact. Miss Andrew Mentor, right? Yes, that's the one. That Celeste girl. She was supposed to get married, you know. Married? You mean to Mr. Karada? Sigh, really, you young kids today don't know anything, do you? That girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement. 3 days after their marriage announcement? What in the... Celeste suicide? Why would Miss Impact want to kill herself? She was going to get married. Well, that's because she was thrown away, you see, by Juan. What? But they were going to get married, right? They promised each other, right? They held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Juan suddenly canceled their marriage. Is that true? It was in the weekly magazines, but why? Why did he do that? That was not in the magazines, unfortunately. I see. That night, after Juan called off the wedding, the manager, Celeste, killed herself. How terrible. I wonder what happened between those two. That is really interesting. Attempted suicide report? I don't have anything to say. I know. Suicide report? Nope. Okay, neither of these are apparently irrelevant. Maybe I can ask about the actual profile? Butler Vanguard Mansion. But for some reason, I get the feeling we've met before. Well, he was also the bellhop that led Maya away, you idiot. So yeah, how do you not recognize a man with a giant stitching down his face? It's not subtle. His man doesn't blend into a crowd. He's also got this stupid, skunk white strip in his hair. Say the delinquents like you. Nothing. Okay. Anything about her? Nothing. Right. This guy? Nothing. I didn't realize this guy got added to our profile, or I would have tried to ask more people about him. Nothing. Okay. Guess we're probably caught up then. Back to the hotel lobby. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel lobby. On that night, there must have been at least a few hundred people here. I guess the police are done with their questioning and investigating. Looks like things here in the lobby have finally calmed down. Not that we could tell, because everything has literally not changed. What was like, go back here? March 22nd, on guard mansion, living room. Looks like no one is around. What happened to that person with that stuffed teddy bear face? Oh, she must mean that butler with the stitches in his face. Shoo! Oh, there you are. I guess you're still awake, huh, Shoo? Hee hee, come on, let's play. I wonder if that butler, Mr. Doe, is already asleep or not. Can I... There's a small door. No, a bigger door, Mr. Nick. I bet it's for Mr. Gun's cat to use. Oh, you mean Shoo? Locked right tight. Alright, it doesn't look like anything else is... There's another door over there. Off over there, Mr. Nick. Yes, pearls. Okay, yeah, it doesn't seem like anything else... Oh, there's a giant cooking hearth here. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything else going on. Anything new, anyway. The lobby. Criminal Affairs Department? I don't know what's going to happen at 9 o'clock at night. Or, what is that, 1? 1? And at 1 at some point during the day? Based on this light, I would say 1 in the afternoon. March 22, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Feels sort of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, it does. I wonder if something happened. You're Mr. Edward's lawyer, right? Or Mr. On Guard's lawyer, right? Yes, sir? Well, we finally found just the person we've been looking for. A real decisive witness. A decisive witness? You mean for the On Guard case? We're taking the witness's statement right now. Gotta hand it to Mr. Edgeworth. What's Mr. Edgeworth up to now? Who is this witness? I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer. Mr. Nick? I mean, the kidnappers demand, and now this? I can't see any way to win here. Oh, yeah. Mr. Erdman wanted me to tell you something. He did? Even though visiting hours are long over at the detention center, he wanted me to grant you special permission. So there you go. What? I already called them so they know. Go on, go talk to your heart's content. Thank you very much. This is such good news, Mr. Nick. Go talk to your heart's content. Like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag. I mean, I guess it's a good thing I came here. Must be the chief of the detectives here. It's glued to his computer screen. What? The real killer in the Kurata murder is an assassin? Must be someone's idea of a joke. Can't believe this garbage. Have a little more faith in your own subordinates. The mascot here is the Blue Badger. I made him, you know. Finally gonna show him off to the chief of police tomorrow. Okay, so the chief of detectives is going to show off the Blue Badger to the chief of police tomorrow, even though we know the Blue Badger was already created by the previous chief of police who we got put in prison for murder and blackmail. Wow, that's really something. You have no idea how much time and effort I invested into him to get this far. My hopes for this little guy go far beyond just the precinct. Yes, sir. I'll get him deployed to every precinct in the nation. Just you wait. I wish you luck, sir. What's this guy up to tonight? Usually he's working on, like, his weird detective novels. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. It seems as though my true face has been revealed. I was an elite businessman who made deals with the entire world. I was a young successor and CEO. Oh. Hold a second. There we go. And CEO of a colossal corporate conglomeration. My real self is that of a regular, everyday policeman. Stop doing image training and get yourself out there in the field. I love that Phoenix is upset that, like, why is this guy not ever out in the field doing anything? Why is he always here working on his novels? There's so many things we need you to be doing right now that is more productive than you working on your novels. On the clock, by the way. Sorry, my desk is like got a little bit of lint or something on it and is messing with my mouse. Well, more of how I move the mouse than anything. Now let's go to the detention center since we can apparently talk to our client at 9:30 at night, aka maybe about 5 in the afternoon based on the sun, or like 7 in the morning. We're at the detention center on the same day. I'm sure they must have transferred Miss Andrews here by now. So that means that both Mr. Ongard and Miss Andrews are in this detention center. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? Well, let's start with Matt Ongard. We have some questions to ask him. Dude, it's Mr. Wright. I hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you. I hope so, too. Edgeworth just dropped a bombshell on me by saying that Juan Kurata was killed by an assassin, and that the assassin's client is this man, Matt Ongard. What's wrong? Mr. Ongard, there is something I must know with 100% certainty. You seem kind of different. Oh, not like your usual lawyer dude self. Yeah, we need to talk a little bit here. Matt's secret. About the press conference. You mean the one where Juan was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai? Yeah, I heard a little more about it from Miss Andrews. It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. He's an international assassin, I guess? Could you please fill me in on what this secret is, please? Ah, we got the Psylocks. They have triggered. Wow, 5. That might be a new record. I knew this was coming. Mr. Nick, don't tell me. Psylocks. Or Psyche Locks, as I like to call them. You said a secret, right? But I don't have any idea what it is. Do you, dude? Juan and Adrian. Do you know about Mr. Kurata and Miss Andrews' relationship? Well, it's all over the tabloids, dude. But I don't know any of the details, if that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Juan did with his life. Miss Andrews, she had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Kurata. Her mentor was Mr. Kurata's manager. Miss Andrews was going to get Miss Celeste's in-fact suicide note from her. Celeste? Does that jog any memories? dude, I suddenly just got totally hungry. You up for a pizza? My treat. What? Mr. Nick, what's a pizza? Is that a kind of pea? Like green peas? Let's go eat one later, okay? It's 9 o'clock at night. You need to, like, do that soon. I got off by the pizza dude at the shop. It's too bad. Well, how about we get our minds out of the topic and talk about something else, okay? Wow, a second Psylocke? Mr. On Guard, are you connected to the Mrs. Impact's suicide in some way? Oh. I guess not. Okay, present you some stuff. You know anything about this? I'm kind of scared to show him this card. What's wrong, dude? Oh, so about this picture card? Have you ever seen this before? Nope, never seen it before in my life, dude. I don't think he's lying. Or is he? And again, he looked like he gasped just now. Maybe I'm seeing things? Huh? Okay. Do you know anything about the attempted suicide report? About this, Mr. Nick, you can't. Huh? Miss Andrews said she doesn't want anyone to know about that, remember? What's that? Oh, this. Nothing. It's nothing, really. What about this? Mr. Ungard, dude, I know I asked you to be my lawyer and all, but I don't think I have time to tell you anything and everything. What do you mean by that? It just means I don't have to tell you anything and everything, dude. Huh? Okay. I thought that Adrian, I never thought she'd go this hard to frame me for the crime. I mean, what does she have against me, dude? I don't get it. That's something I'd like to know, too. Do you have any idea at all? Even the slightest clue? Uh-huh? What? Me? Don't be silly, Mr. Lawyer, dude. How am I supposed to know something like that? Well, I mean, it's your life, dingus. Anything about the juice? Please take a look at this. I know it's not my same to you. Well, it's not important that I'd rather be in bed. When I get my 12 hours of beauty sleep, my skin's gonna wrinkle up like a prune, dude. You know, he's right, Mr. Nick. Your skin's kind of drying up here and there. I swear, after this case is over, I'm going to get lots and lots of sleep. I don't really pertain myself to the sleeping thing. I get a healthy 5 hours of sleep a night, personally. You know anything about this? That wand, posing as someone else and trying to hold a press conference? And that person who set it all up was Adrian, wasn't it? That's what I heard. Arg. Can't believe, why would she do such a thing, dude? That's a great question, I don't know. Is this anything? Okay, nothing. Okay, let's do some profiling stuff. What about your butler? How about this person? He's your butler, Mr. Doe, right? We met him at your mansion? Oh, yes, that's right. He's a pretty cool dude who can do lots of things. He takes real good care of me. Uh-huh. So he clearly didn't even know he was there, and that's why he sent us to feed his cat, and then he just covered for himself. So he definitely knows who John Doe is. So I guess he hired John Doe to kill Karada to cover up whatever Karada was going to reveal to the world. And Adrian Andrews, for some reason, was okay with this. I guess maybe the suicide note denotes that our client is, that On Guard is somehow related to her suicide? Celestine Impact? Mr. On Guard? Dude, I know I asked you to be my lawyer and all. I just don't have time to tell you everything. Adrian Andrews. I don't get it. Why would she want to frame me? I mean, I've never done anything to her, dude. Our guard sounds pretty sincere, and he seems trustworthy. So I had to find out what Miss Andrews' real intentions are. You know anything about this lady? Dude, this person looks like a member of my fan club. Hold on a second. I'm gonna ask the fan club president. Okay. Okay, we're probably good then. We'll have to do the Psylocke thing. I'll talk to what's-her-face first. How do I, like, change over? This guard monitors the visitor's room. He's sleeping standing up. That's pretty... The night's pretty long, and he probably got tired. I hope he doesn't fall over. Smile. You're on candid camera. Okay. And the camera's kind of an old reference these days. Okay, so how do I like leave and then, oh, something else. March 22nd, police station, criminal affairs department. Oh, Mr. Wright, please, you have to help me. Uh-oh. Mr. Powers? What happened? Why are you here? You see, I got roped into this somehow. What? And now I'm going to testify at tomorrow's trial. So the decisive witness is Mr. Powers? I was talking with a detective until a little while ago, and I was on my way home. All of a sudden, you there, you're under arrest, and I was brought back here. Oh. They said my face and my whole self in general looked suspicious or something. What? Well, I guess I can see how they thought you looked suspicious. So I'm just a normal guy on an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime? No? What? Tomorrow's testimony. So about this testimony you're giving, what are you going to talk about? I really don't know yet. But it sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me. You saw something important? What was it? Well, the detective told me not to talk about it. You're not going to tell the lawyer who saved your life from prison about the thing that you witnessed in another trial to try to save someone's life? Oh my god. You can't tell anyone, and especially not that lawyer, he said. Who do you think that lawyer the detective was talking about? I'm going to take a wild guess and say it's me. Yeah, you got it, Mr. Nick. Mystic Maya and myself are our only two allies in this whole world, but it's alright. Ouch. I don't really have a lot of friends, do I? Okay, Matt and guard. This is going to do a lot of damage to Matt, you know. Because he's got that refreshing like a spring breeze image going. What is he really like? Let's see. Matt's always been kind of a player with women. He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He always said it's just a game to justify himself. Not quote. That was a quote. Go to sit down. What? How horrible. That's unforgivable. Ow. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. But you know, he said once that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me. One person who wouldn't swoon over him. His manager, you know. Miss Adrian Andrews. Why is Mr. Powers suddenly looking kind of energetic? What? Ponk for programming. They get upset, I understand, but I'm reading a quote. You can't be that mad at me. I'm reading a quote that you probably put in here. Also, you need to talk to whoever wrote the overall script of this. It's completely bonkers. Gossip. But welcome back, Ika. I hope your shower was nice. I see. Actually, I'm a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities in their world have their dazzling sort of image, right? Dazzling sort of image, but aren't you part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers? No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you see. But it's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about a lot of the other stars around me as things happen. Well, that's true. Oh, hey, so did you hear about this yet? About Miss Andrews' mentor and her suicide? Do you mean Miss Impact? We heard something about how her wedding was canceled? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little the other day, about that mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright, why don't you ask me about that? Go on, go ahead. Mr. Powers is so charged up, his skin is practically glowing with electricity. Okay, Celeste's suicide. Hey, so have you heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. And they say that Juan went and hid it. We heard about that in court today. No, we didn't. We didn't hear about that in court today. But there wasn't any actual proof that she had left a note. Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Something bad for Juan, that is. Something bad for Mr. Kurata? Why do you figure? Why do you figure so? Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends. And she said, it looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man. A truly insidious man? Did she mean Mr. Kurata by that? Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? And that would be reason enough for him to hide the suicide note. I see. Well, that's some good info. Thank you. You're welcome. Mr. Guard and Miss Andrews, they're both at the detention center right now. There's still things I don't understand or know about, I'm sure. I have to get the two of them to tell me everything. I don't... you know anything about this? Sorry. Thanks for taking the time to take it out and show it to me, but I'm really sorry I don't know anything about it. Okay, I guess not. Do you know anything about this guy? I'm honored you're asking me. I don't know anything special about this person. I'm sorry. Oh, it's okay. You don't have to apologize so much. Sorry. Okay, so we're probably done here. Go back to the detention center. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? Adrian Andrews, please. Ooh, it's after 6. We'll interview her and then we'll call it quits. Oh, it's you. I'm sorry to be visiting at such a late hour, but there are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. Me? I thought your client was Matt. I'm sure Miss Andrews knows something. She can't be clueless about this secret Mr. Karada had on Mr. Edge on guard. Huh? Alright, that's Matt and Guard. I'd like to ask you about Matt and Guard, if you don't mind. Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? The real him. I mean... Huh? You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Mr. Ungard. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? Why would you become intimate with his rival? That has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. Huh? It... Can we call her out, please? Nope. This establishes motive on everybody's part. If you tell me this, if you answer this question for me, you help me establish motive, and so much of the puzzle is solved with this. Celeste the Impact. I miss Celeste the Impact. I'd finally put her to death behind me. Now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface. I'm sorry? Yes, I was shocked by her suicide. And it's true that when I heard the rumor that Juan was the one that hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back and to burn it. You wanted to burn it? But why? I didn't want it to spread just like another piece of gossip. But I never held any murderous intent towards Juan. I would never do something so stupid. Suicide note, huh? I wonder what it said. Why frame him? Why did you try to frame Mr. Ungard? That's simple, because he's the killer, that's why. Isn't the duty of every good citizen to inform the police? But there had to be another way. The police are excellent at doing their job, so they'd figure it out, right? Yes, they're so good that they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death. Miss Andrews? Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason, so please, tell me why you did what you did. Revenge. Huh? Did you say something just now? Oh, another Psylocke. Okay. Oh, it's just one. It's kind of big looking, though. A Psylocke, huh? Psyche lock. Don't you understand yet? That was weird. I think I need to get more sleep. Okay. For a second there, it looked like this moved. Like, during the Psylocke animation, the Psyche lock, like, it looked like this part of her collarbone, this little marker here for it, like, moved. That was weird. Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy. But I'm not sure I just heard Miss Andrews... I'm sure I just heard Miss Andrews say revenge. Okay. I mean, it's one Psyche lock, so we might be able to Psyche lock break this. Let's see if she'll answer any questions. It was near Juan's dead body. I noticed it when I went to fill the glass. And then when I realized that Juan was dead, I completely panicked. That's when I must have unconsciously picked this card up and put it in my pocket. As for why, I simply don't know. Okay. Can I ask you some stuff about profiles? You know this guy? I asked you about this. I told you. Trifling matters. Time to show me things that are no relevant to me. Oh, okay. Your boss? Celeste was my mentor. She was a strong woman. She wouldn't kill herself over any old trifling matter. So, you have some ideas on why she killed herself? Yes, I suppose. Would you like to talk about it? I guess not? Okay, hold on. Let me psyche lock attacker. Why frame him? Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Ungard for the murder? I already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Ungard. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So you're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people, there's something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. Is this going to be super straightforward? It's like incredibly straightforward. Is it this? Is it Celeste? There's only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings and even revenge, and that is Miss Impact's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hit her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right. You haven't mentioned him yet. But for you to hate Mr. Ungard would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Impact's and her suicide. Can you explain to me this relationship between Celeste and Matt? Celeste and Matt? I don't know if I can? The suicide, maybe? This? That's it? Yes? And what sort of relationship is that supposed to explain? Well, Miss Impacts and Mr. Ungard's. To restart, Mr. Wright, perhaps I should first request to see proof that your brain is wired correctly. Mr. Nick, if you push yourself anymore, your soul will shatter. Please calm down, collect your thoughts, and try again. Nerarg made too many mistakes. I guess I gotta break Matt first? This is like the worst timing. Phone. Mr. Nick, your phone. Hey, that's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. Sounds like kind of ominous. Yeah, I know. Beep. Hello? We're in trouble now, pal. I'll be back at the office really soon. What's wrong? Something really unexpected just happened. Mr. Edgeworth, Edgeworth? Anyway, hurry up and get back to the office, pal. I don't know what's going on anymore. It's no good that... Beep. Hello? He got cut off. What's going on, Mr. Nick? Gumshoe said we need to go back to the office right away. And we should hurry back. I'm scared to go back. What are you talking about, Mr. Nick? Pull yourself together. Maybe it'll be good news? Somehow I doubt that. Can I talk to you about anything else? No? Alright. Okay, maybe this is the right time. This is the right time to save. We're gonna save here and we'll call it here. And this way we know exactly what we need to do when we come back next week. It's always good news. Yeah, whenever it's Detective Dick Gumshoe, it's always good news. Alright, so yeah, we'll leave it there. And that'll be the perfect place to come back to next week. So that we can know exactly what we need to be doing. You know exactly where we're jumping into. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wowie, wow, 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 wow. Turnabout memories. All of Gumshoe's secret weapons. Oh, yeah, we missed that one. We missed that one because I borrowed only the one I needed. Clear. Episode 4. Just, oh, I guess, okay. I'm just looking at some of the... Episode 2. Huh, okay. I'm just curious on which ones I'm missing. Okay, so... also, don't forget the D&D bear sword thing. Yes, thank you, thank you. Let me throw that in the notes real quick. Let's see. Some more stuff. Self-acclaimed. Okay, that was her room. What did I call it? Bear sword. Bear sword. Idea. Let's put that down underneath notes for Tess. I guess at some point, maybe when we get done, I'll have to send you to the, or I'll post it in the Discord, the huge notepad text file of just all the random notes and how I did it. It's got to be so poorly done compared to most people. But all right, so scheduling, let's get this done. Scheduling, next week, 2 p.m., everything should be normal, same stuff. We will keep going on with this investigation that has turned completely bonkers. I didn't think this was going to be the final investigation of part 2, but it might actually be. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. After we finish this part 2, we're going to go do some other stuff first. We're going to probably do, I think it was Little Infernos was recommended, and then I might do another one of the point-and-click adventures. I've had one of those requested, and those don't take too long. They're usually like three streams, so we'll probably do one of those. I know which one I'm going to do. I think it's like Zombie Island or something like that is what it's called. It was one of the first ones I ever played. So it was very good and very interesting and the perfect amount of cheese. So we'll probably do that. But that'll be after we finish the part 2 of the trilogy. 2 days from today, Tuesday, 3 p.m., we will have more of Zelda Ocarina of Time. There will be no in-betweener module on that. We're going to jump right into Ocarina of Time just because of how long Ocarina of Time is. But we did finish up the first 2 dungeons as Kid Link. We have the third dungeon, the water dungeon, and then I don't remember exactly what's after that. I think it's the third dungeon, and then we go spoilers, the time skip. But there might be some more involved. I don't remember. It's been a long time since I've played. And then Thursday, 3 p.m., we will have more of Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist of the Roses. We finished up playing for Yugi's team. We're now playing against Yugi's team so that we can see the other ending and potentially maybe a hidden third ending. Not 100% sure what's going to happen with that. But again, that'll be Thursday, 3 p.m. And then Saturday, 10:30, we will have Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. And then at 2:30, we'll switch over to Pathologic 2. What was a weird noise? We'll switch over to Pathologic 2 at 2:30, where we are... I think we're kind of spiraling into a point of maybe a permadeath lockup where our resources are very dwindled, and I don't know if we're going to be able to keep ourselves fed going forward. So yeah, it's going to get weirder than it has been already. I don't even remember where we left off. I know we did the last day's work at the hospital where we basically had to run around dodging. We were playing hide and seek from infection clouds. But I know we also have a maxed out doctor meter for the next day's payout, so that'll be nice. That'll get us some food and some food coupons, I hope. But in the meantime, we're going to have to try to not starve to death or die of exhaustion, which is kind of the hard part. I think if I remember correctly, we left off needing to go... I think we needed to go talk to... Oh, that's what it was. We needed to go all the way over to the leftmost island where we needed to give Jan pills. We needed to sell... I think we have a couple of healthy hearts we could sell. And we need to go talk to Capella, who wants to meet us over there. And then we also need to take some Tyrene. And there's a thing up on the top of that island that we need to go investigate while drunk on Tyrene. So there's a bunch of stuff to go do on that left island if we don't starve to death or die of exhaustion. I think we should be okay, but I don't know how long we can hold out. But that'll be Saturday, 2:30. If you want to get caught up on this, we have the YouTube repository, Raven Hillbrook Inc. Links for that are in chat and on the info page. Everything I create gets slightly edited and put up there. I got yesterday's Pathologic up there. I'll get tonight's or yesterday's Elder Scroll up tonight. Shouldn't be a problem. And then I'll get this uploaded, of course. Then we've got the Discord. Links for that are in chat and on the info page. Everything I create gets slightly edited and put up there. Or, nope, sorry, wrong thing. Discord. Links for that are in chat and on the info page. We have general discussion, recommendations if you're going to see me play something specific, water cooler section for the memes, lunch break for food, office pets for funny animal stuff, art board for any kind of art you create, and the after hour section for the spicy stuff. Last but not least, well, actually kind of least, have a nice night still here. Thanks, Ika, you too. Hope to see you back on Tuesday for Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, where we will be interacting with the fish people. But last but not least, but kind of least, is X. Yes, exactly. Is X, formerly Twitter, at Hillbrook Inc. for that. Schedule reminders, updates if there are changes, and notes from management to the board periodically. I want to thank everyone who stopped by. Ika, of course, thank you. I swear I'm not an elk, thank you. Any of the lurkers, you have the Twitch scroll around. We always appreciate you. Anybody who checks the VODs here on Twitch, checks the VODs in the YouTube repository, thank you. It's greatly appreciated. Those numbers help keep me motivated. I think that's about got it, honestly. If you need a well-thought-out solution, you need a thinking solution, Raven Hillbrook Inc., Thinking Solutions. Got to get the tagline in there. I think that's it, though. I think that's it. I hope to see you all back on Tuesday for Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. But yeah, otherwise, have a good whatever you're up to. Ika, you have a good rest of your evening. I'll see you Tuesday, hopefully. Hopefully. Enjoy your day off tomorrow, I think. But yeah, that'll be it for me, everyone. Yeah. Bye!